Good evening, everybody. I'm slightly out of line with where my camera is. Let me just shuffle over. There we go. That's smooth. That's smooth. Welcome back to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. We have had a couple of weeks where our schedule has been a little bit off, and we do apologize for that. But we do have some fun and exciting updates for you all. Should you be interested in them before we get on with tonight's broadcast anyway. First one is we really wish that our good friend Ghibli Jam feels better soon. She's been really suffering some illness, so she won't be here tonight. But we wish her the best, and hopefully we'll have her back in the cast soon. But there is no current updates of when we will be seeing her. The next one is we are down a Mordred for 2 weeks, so he also will not be in tonight's broadcast. Other than that, a few other things that we need to do housekeeping-wise. First thing, not second thing. Second thing, first thing, I guess, kind of. Is I want to point out our Patreon. And the reason I want to point out our Patreon is our wonderful patrons not only get the wonderful luxury of helping us put shows on by keeping us alive and funded, but they also get behind-the-scenes stuff, sneak peeks, previews, and if you listened to the intro today, the little start screen, it was actually playing the first version of one of the tracks on the coming Elendor Chronicles OST, original soundtrack, volume 1. That was the piece entitled Skyfire, and that is available to patrons right now in an MP3 format. Higher quality formats will be following, but all of that music will become royalty free, copyright free eventually when it's released, but patrons will have the beauty of being able to download it themselves instead of using an online player rather than, say, Spotify. Yeah, other than that, I'm not going to hold us on tonight. We want to get on with the broadcast. We haven't played in a little while. We've got to get those zoomies out, so we best do it as soon as possible. So join us after the intro. And we are back. So, who would like to do the recap this week? Oh, you're going for it? Go for it.
At least for Sol and her newly reacquired compatriot Zedaar. We traveled to the Rhiannian capital of Seat, where we set upon one of two primary objectives: to acquire ourselves a little bit of pressure that we could apply to the Vestalian theocracy, whose leadership, for lack of a better term, was in a rough state of affairs. We had a impromptu meeting with the younger heir of the family, royal family, whose name I could not read with my handwriting with the gun to my head. But he let us get a conversation with one of the head bishops, and they said, "We really can't help you, but I'm going to walk out of this room. Oh, look, there's the seal of the head bishop, and some quill, and some parchment, and I'm going to walk away." So they did that, and Sol put her heart and soul into writing a letter that would go pretty well into helping put some pressure on the Vestalian theocracy to get its ass in gear. But then was brought up the question of, can we do anything else with anybody else? And it was brought up the living saint who was down in the kingdoms of the Nardathel. So Sol cast another teleportation circle, and they traveled to Gervalu, and then ended up in a broke-ass temple, probably Timora, but managed to get themselves over towards where the Living Saint was, and his very Baldwin-esque, bleeding profusely body was able to say, I can provide help, but we need somebody who's going to be the head of a knightly order. Do you have anybody you trust? And Sol's response was, just one. Which pans over to Breton, who's buddy cop with somebody somewhere in a place far away.
Yes, in the last time, so that's what happened in the wider continent of Longreach, but back over in the Vestilian theocracy where the rest of the party are, we had a small couple of revelations. First of all being that the Order of the Purifying Flame, hence their name, are kind of dicks, to put it bluntly, and the party were not comfortable with them diverting useful resources into things such as building pyres to burn heretics. It's at this moment I do remind people that viewer discretion is advised with the Vestilian theocracy arc. But the other major revelation was to do with Darius. 4 individuals were seen to be stalking the party who were wearing Reynard family colours. One of whom was very much unassuming comparatively and was kind of being used as a patsy by 3 who were there looking for Darius and his sister. One of them escaping the grasps of Breton and Valmir and managing to get the message out just. But we left off with you guys throwing them in the stockade and interrogating them mostly. And in fact, we'll come back to this party now. Also, Beth, you do get a point of inspiration for the retelling on your end, but we'll come back to this portion of the party now, mainly because there's a chance that we're at a point where the party might need to reconvene, and one side of the group is one day ahead right now. So let's continue. So we left off. Zep is still off helming reconstruction efforts and clearing up some of the wreckage, etc. But we left Breton, Valmir, James, Darius, and Zaraj, and Darius' sister Claudia, kind of... I think you guys were heading to the ship post chatting to these individuals that are now in the stocks, because you needed to... You've discovered that you're kind of on a time limit of how soon people might be coming here to look for Darius, now that the word of sighting of him has been mentioned.
Oh, yes, that was a thing. Sol did figure out about that. Somebody sent a message.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a week and a half.
Well, you do anyway.
So, what's the plan then? Are you... These people still need our help. We still need to find the thing. I can't remember what it's called now. And I don't know if we're going to be able to do that within, a week and a half. The seals. We need to find the seal that's here.
We don't know what situation is going to develop until Sol gets back. We don't know what sort of time frame we're really working with here until she comes back. I will say that there is a lot more than a week and a half of work still left to do in the city itself.
Yeah, the city will need like years of true reconstruction to be anywhere close to its former glory. But in terms of, moving from tent housings to relatively better housings, that's still more than a couple of weeks. And besides, like, getting mass material from other cities is going to be much harder throughout the winter. So they're kind of like at a case of like build what they can, and then it will be and scavenge what they can, and they'll look to rebuilding the city in the spring.
You say throughout the winter as if this place experiences anything else.
This place does, because they're on the outskirts of the Caliphate. So it does go in the same way that Sweden and Finland do experience things other than winter. It's just the winters are hard.
Summers are hot too.
Mosquitoes.
I hate them. I hate them so much. Does the Fastilian theocracy have a lot of like lakes? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck mosquitoes. We're not being here in the summer. Like, that's my... Look, Darius has a time limit of a week and a half. I have a time limit of whenever the mosquitoes come alive. That's my time limit.
Yeah.
Would Valmir know of mosquitoes? Are there Underdark mosquitoes?
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're like this big.
The size of a terrier?
Yeah, there's also vampiric mosquitoes, and you know...
What's the difference to normal ones out of curiosity?
They carry, you know, vampirism.
Oh, as in the
just like
condition.
Finnish mosquito.
Yeah, as in you'll become a bloody vampire.
Right.
Lycanthropic mosquitoes as well mainly got eradicated.
It's like malaria, but
Wait,
worse.
you could become a were mosquito? It's awful.
No. It depends on what they've drunk from.
Oh, okay.
So
if they've drunk from
it was mainly were rat is kind of the big one. That was the one that really spread everywhere. But it sometimes someone unknowingly became a were-tiger. It happens.
It's a weird dichotomy. It's like, oh no, the Underdark mosquitoes, you could catch vampirism. So it like above ground.
But technically speaking, a mosquito can't penetrate the skin of a werewolf because it doesn't have a silver proboscis.
That's why the Underdark ones are scarier. They are like their bites count as magical. Yeah, they've got like crystallized points. That's what's worse about them. Like they all get high on fungus as well. Anyway.
Height, water, fucking mosquitoes.
that's the Valmir triad.
God, that would be the scariest thing. You're in the middle of a dark cave and you just hear like a terrier-sized.
No. Well, I can make that worse for Valmir. He's on an underdark cliff face over a ravine filled with water, and from that ravine to the rise of the mosquitoes.
You need two things for the scenario to be the worst thing ever. You are next to a waterfall in the dark, and you just start hearing mosquitoes over the water.
Mosquitoes like
you're high up, you're next to water, and you're next to heights. It's a trifecta.
Or it's not actually a waterfall with water. The water is actually mosquitoes. Anyway, so yes, continue. What do you want to do?
Scream.
Screaming's a free action.
Yay!
Oh, we're just remember mosquitoes exist.
I maintain that Darius might be afraid of this, but this is, and perhaps they're the most qualified to really understand what their family is going to be capable of, but I don't feel comfortable just abandoning this situation just because somebody is coming looking.
Darius, what's your take?
I want to be out of here before that happens.
Hypothetically, if you're not, what's the situation? What happens if they get here sooner than you are able to leave?
Okay, legally I have kidnapped my sister. So...
According to whose law?
Most laws. She was a squire to my other sister that I then took without informing her.
Well, you took her through trial of combat.
Yeah, but
I lost that trial of combat.
No, you won.
No, I did not.
You lost the battle, but you won the war.
It was witnessed by several hundred soldiers that I got my ass kicked. Well, it was a close thing. She had 1 HP.
What's that?
But still, I don't know.
Jetta, 1 hit left.
Yep, we're both
She was
down to that
wobbling.
one hit.
She was wobbling.
She was wobbling. She went down for a second, and then she came right back up. That's because she's part orc.
That just feels like cheating at this point.
It is. But yeah, so I have broken the law in most places. I assume here as well, but I don't know if that matters because it happened while we were in Longreach.
Okay, so you broke a law. Who among us hasn't broken a law?
Up until that point, yeah, I was pretty clean cut growing up.
Well, I mean, I'm not talking. You've clearly broken the law, so you're already a done deal on that front. But like, but sure, you've broken the law. They come here.
They have an arrest warrant.
Okay.
And?
They take me under custody.
Oh, you'd allow that?
By force?
I'm not going to kill my family to get out of that.
Kill them.
No, we could stop them from taking you. It's like a
Run that
stalemate.
by me.
Either you apply more force than we can apply back to take you, or we call it even and they walk away and no lives are lost.
What about we
don't-
hide you and convince them that you already fled? Then they leave.
So, Breton, you all spent a long time in Lagrig's land, and you were officially recognized by the Iron Duke for your escapades and the triumphs that you managed there. What is the official position of the Skyfire Adventuring Company in the eyes of Lagrig's land? Are you considered nationals? Does that offer protection? Is this a thing where, obviously, this is a situation that's going to have to be resolved, but could the authority of the Iron Duke be leveraged so that no action could be taken against a member of its nation while in a wartime effort?
I think specifically we were not officially like envoys of Lagrig's land, because then that would allow us to go wherever we needed to go.
Zep is the ambassador. I think is the only. I think
No,
if we go to an
Zep is the thing is like it's just to clarify. So Zep is a national of Lagrig's land, so he's a Lagrig's lander. But you guys were not given any sort of status with it. The Iron Duke specifically wanted you to not be classed as, even though you are like you do hold like essentially an Order of the Garter, like you do have an accolade within Lagrig's land, or some of you're not officially citizens or anything. So because they wanted to keep you at an arm's reach so that you could go and investigate the greater problem. That being said, you expect that whilst in Lagrig's land, you would be afforded essentially all of the benefits of a citizen of Lagrig's land if you were there.
Well, that doesn't help us right now because unfortunately we're on the other side of the known world.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
I doubt. Who was it again? Martin was the one coming coming down the road towards us. Was it Martin or was it Anton?
I think it was Anton. Which one is your spellcasting brother?
That was the one that couldn't because they didn't have access to him. They didn't want to cut him in.
I think it was Martin because that's why they kept mentioning Martin.
I'm pretty sure it's Martin.
Get my notes. I'm pretty sure it was Martin as well.
I wasn't sure.
I'm like 90% sure it's Martin as well.
I wasn't sure how much protection Lagrig's land was extolling over the Skyfire, so that's not a situation we can rely on.
Also,
I don't know.
point out right now, Martin thinks he can deal with the situation by himself so that he can get the favor of Father. But when that ceases to be an option, if it ceases to be an option, then he has other people to call upon, including my brother Anton, who can definitely make sure that I am taken under custody. I'm not great with magic.
So unfortunately, we fall
You're
back
muted.
to
No,
we
no,
have a
just-
week and a half to make a decision.
I think investigating the idea of convincing whoever is coming that you have fled is still a good idea, and we can implant the seeds of that kind of idea into the dickheads that we've got in the stocks.
I don't know about that. Because they were there for the argument when I said I would just leave, and then you said, well, there's just tundra out there and you can't make that, and made a good argument, so they were there for that, so probably not gonna work. That would be saying like, oh, Darius decided to make the decision that was worse, or make the illogical decision.
Is there another way? Like, obviously, walking out into the tundra, real crap idea. Yeah, still a crap idea. How were you planning on, like, getting out of here?
Get done with this and then get aboard the ship that I call home right now and leave. That was the plan. And we can't really hide the ship either not being here or being here. Makes a scene.
What about if Soul comes back and they overhear us all talking about teleporting you out of here?
That'll only work long enough for them to get somebody here who could... That would only work long enough until they figure out a way of finding me again, which doesn't take a lot. Honestly, I'm surprised Anton hasn't just been... Honestly, he could just be looking in on me right now. I haven't been forced to make any saves yet, but I'm assuming those are being rolled behind the screen, so to say.
Can I cast Detect Magic?
Sure.
It's a level 1 spell. I have an spell left. I cast Detect Magic.
Ein spell left.
An spell. Yeah, I have an spell. I cast Detect Magic.
Okay. You're currently on the ship, correct?
Yeah, I believe this is where we're having a little chin wag.
We went to the ship.
So all around you see a thin line of protective magics that match the magical create water anti-fire distribution system, as far as you've seen it. But this is all very new to you, Valmir. There's lots of just things around your friends and your allies that are just like glowing, like around the utility belt that is attached to Darius. You just see like burning lights of different colorful magics that give different visible auras of just magical proficiency. Same with the same goes for most of your colleagues.
Specifically, is there any like floating glowy things that shouldn't be there?
A little Sauron's eye.
Because, like, obviously, if I'm looking at Darius, I know his sword is magic as hell, right? So
where are you on the ship right now?
Would we be on the deck or in the observation
So we have our normal
area?
just meeting room is just the galley. Isn't that what we normally just where we all meet for meetings?
Even with Soul not here and cooking, we're probably just meeting there because that's where we always meet.
Yeah,
It's a
fair.
normal meeting place. Why change it up?
Okay. More of a common room.
Yeah.
Just put some beanbag chairs in the corner. There's nothing that you know to be out of place.
Okay. That door handle is magic now. Okay.
Make a perception check.
Oh, okay.
It's just little Sauron's eyes just halfway behind a door, just like looking.
In the keyhole.
6.
Okay. Thank you.
That doesn't mean anything, I might add, because it took us a long time to figure out that we were being tracked because of a brooch. So I'm just saying, it's
Anyway, when I did this, you all saw my eyes like glowing golden.
Why don't we just make an anti-scrying chamber?
Because I didn't know that existed. That might be why.
It's essentially just a lead-lined room.
On a flying ship.
A certain amount of lead.
That would be
safe
honest.
to have one of those when we've got like a cat on board who like cleans her hands with her tongue and who touches the, I don't know. I just feel like we're gonna be licking a lot of walls.
It's not gonna be.
We're
lead
not going
filings.
to be standing in a box of lead. It's going to be lining the outside. There's a barrier between us and the lead. It's just to create a sort of
It's like a
disturbance.
Faraday cage I've heard about.
Who's Faraday?
I don't know.
He's a famous drow wizard from
There's two of them.
Underreach.
There's a drow and
It's
a
like
gnome.
the
They
Reach,
both
but
are known
under
for
it.
the same thing.
They're the same person from different timelines.
Yeah. Next. No, but so yeah, I don't know. They could be looking in periodically. It's a thing Anton does sometimes. He's he's untrustworthy.
So your plan is then to just run forever?
It's been working so far. So
Yeah, but
that's been good.
it's kind of catching up to you. It's kind of not.
I don't know.
Working
I don't know. I've only gone to this continent. I think there's other ones I can run to. Maybe, or find an island somewhere.
Yep.
Or an extra planar dimension. I don't know. There are things I can do to
That
escape.
sounds pretty terrible. And I know that's
Sounds
pretty
nice.
ironic coming from me, but like,
Yeah, you lived it. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Yep.
I have experience
Yep.
in running away.
I mean, there is one place you could technically go that they wouldn't be willing to look for you. Not that I would recommend any of us going to the Eladrin Empire.
They. I don't know. My father's very.
It's like the one place your father would actually never go, probably. Unless
Yeah,
it was
probably-
in an army destroying it. You do know that.
Yeah, unless he had an army, which he does, because he has 30 companies of soldiers
Yeah, and
under his
there's
command.
just an army on the other side. Like,
We've talked about why the Skyfire can't go there, and as a large group, we wouldn't be able to do it. But by yourself, Darius, you could probably disappear there pretty good. Claudia
No,
too,
I'm-
but let's face it, Claudia could disappear anywhere if she wanted to.
Yep, I don't even know where she is right now.
She's right over there.
Good,
yeah, my possession
She's
of 6
Definitely listening to this conversation.
definitely.
Yeah,
Always
you
expect to be outside the door.
you see her actually in the kitchen, like there's like there's like one of those cutaways like that's like into the kitchen. She's in the kitchen, but she's got like one of those cookies that Soul was given, and she's just chewing on it. The Brala cookie,
Glass of milk.
reading a book.
Claudia, what do you want to do?
Well, it was my decision to come with you guys. I'm planning on staying.
So then you didn't really kidnap her. She more or less ran away to somebody safe.
Ethically, no, it's not kidnapping, but in the eyes of the legal systems, it is very much not my say.
Yeah.
Claudia is not in the age of majority. She is barely 15 at this point. I think it's been a couple of months. She turned 15, and that's when she became a squire instead of a page. So yes,
Old enough to go to war, but not old enough to drink. Classic.
Oh no,
Classic.
like she's drunk before.
I don't know who has laws against alcohol. I don't know. But that's a
They serve
weird.
mead.
It's a weird Underdark thing. Sure.
The entire, I mean, the just the hall at home. Just always. It's just,
Do you think we'd be the ones drinking?
Hang us about.
I
The
think it-
Underdark has a drinking age. It's the one place.
We're very progressive. there.
What do you think? Do you just expect kids to drink river water? What's wrong with you?
yeah, you can't be a healthy child without having at least one glass of wine every dinner. preferably a red.
Welcome to the medieval times.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys,
No.
I take it, are just waiting for Soul to come back at this point.
I guess there's not a lot of, I would say, what is your read on what's going to happen? Claudia, I want to know what you think, so you can back me up on this. Or not.
You're poisoning the well there.
Well,
Or not. And I didn't give her the stern look.
honestly, I think
She's my younger sister. She doesn't listen to me normally. So.
I think Sir Breton is correct that we can't know how much time we've got until Soul either completes her mission or fails her mission. However, I think it's mighty rich of us to try and save an entire city when we've got other things that we need to do at the same time. So I would be totally up for leaving within like a week.
That's good. That's good. And what's your feel on whether or not we can stop Martin if he does get here?
I mean, Martin's somewhat more reasonable, but it's better than Anton or one of the others coming.
Because it is not Nicola.
Exactly. And what could be worse? Father could be coming himself. That would be
He hasn't
awful.
He hasn't left the compound, I think, in a few years.
No, that's why I said that would be awful.
Yes, it would. So, that's the information we've got. So you have two people who have experience with this person that that's coming here, that we know is coming here, and may or may not be here within 2 weeks or shorter amount of time, because that person did give up the ghost that we knew that he was communicating with Martin at the time, in real time, and that we knew about it. So who knows if he's just gonna ride through the night. So,
Martin is coming with their company, correct?
I would assume so. It's very unlikely that he would leave half a squad of men here if he didn't have a company's worth just to cover one city. So I would assume, yes, he probably has his entire company.
War effort on, and there's enough men to spare for this is a bit strange.
Do we know why he's here? Is it something he can afford to send a large detachment, or is it something where handling it personally is going to be more what it's called for?
If it's something to get on Father's good side, it's worth it for some people in the family. It's also, I don't know if I've impressed upon you how big the organization is, but it's quite large.
Breton just gives a look at Darius like, I'm aware of how big your family is, Darius.
No, this is past the family. I'm talking about the organization of soldiers that is led by the family. There are 30 war bands, essentially, that are organized underneath companies. So that's not all of them.
And you
are
think
led
your
by-
father would send all that descending down upon you?
We didn't leave. I didn't leave on the best of terms
You're one person.
with Father. Yes, but I'm also.
You really
we
think
didn't
you
leave
matter
on the
that
best
much
of
to him? If you think you
I-
don't matter very much, you think he'll send 30 war bands just to recover you?
Oh, not 30. But they'll send one.
And if we sabotage it, conquer it, whatever, keep delaying it from actually contributing to the country that they
Martin's-
serve, do you think that he'll keep
Martin's a
wasting his resources?
Good soldier. He's not the best, but he's a good soldier, and also I acted as the drill master the last few years of the family, of being with the family at the compound, and so I know they're fairly well trained. They're good soldiers. In that sense, I mean, look at what I did to the ship's crew, and these were just, well, I mean, some of them had talent, but still. Yeah,
You know your family better than anyone else, Darius. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know them, but you took a squire, which, in the larger scale of it,
I took a family member. That's
Took a
the
family
difference.
member. It is still a squire. Is a family member being taken by a family member? Both of which you are technically in standing of your company. The worst that I see it from a public image level, it's a loss of face for the knight who was responsible for them. Which means I imagine the most pissed off about this is your sister.
Gabrielle is never happy, so probably.
Which means
not great.
your father might want the situation resolved, but, and this is again, you know better than I imagine the one with the most personal vested interest in it is this Gabrielle. She is the one who is going to be personally involved in wanting this to be done, because it affects her directly.
Probably in a normal situation, I would agree. Father likes to play games with family loyalty and favor. So, given the fact that there's a bounty, as I'm assuming, like a bounty on this, I assume he's let it just be open season, and I wasn't very popular among father's children. So that's not great. And as I said, I didn't leave on the best of terms. And by that, I mean, I don't know if I was welcome back after I left, so I never went back. So we're in that limbo now, as I might have been disowned, I might not have been disowned. It's kind of one of those things, in that sense, which is kind of the first one to do that. And he doesn't, he's not a good, he's not good with challenges to his authority.
What did you do that would...
it's...
kind of important?
Yeah, it's not, the specifics of it aren't that important, I don't think. It's more of
I feel like it is.
I don't know, it's,
Regardless.
Ruby almost found out. Almost.
We have a situation.
Nobody's been just interrogating Claudia because she's not good at keeping secrets. Like she
We can't fucking find her to ask her.
That's true.
The situation before us seizes this. There's a point to be made that even if we do stay and we do stop Martin from taking you and we do dissuade him from continuing that course of action, that it may just make things worse in the search. That it may just incentivize more groups to come after us, and if that's going to be a problem, fine. We can try and resolve as much as we can here in the time frame and be gone before the situation worsens. That just seems to be the most logical and safest course of action for all parties involved.
Yeah, be useful. I'd rather keep it very limited, because if I get the one up on Martin, like directly, instead of just being not here, and we get a one up or we stop him, and that goes well for us, then it becomes like a two-layer thing, because then I've insulted Father, and now I've also insulted Martin. And the fact is, then Martin might put a bounty on me as well, which is a double bounty. And then the other children, like my nieces and nephews, who I'm not popular with either, they want favor. This is the thing. You don't get anywhere without having somebody like
Are there
you.
Any members of your family that you actually are popular with, Darius, and not just your sister?
Yeah, my brother.
The one that you've met.
Yeah, the one that you've met, my direct brother, full blood, Alexei, he's always been kind of not a bully, but it's normal sibling kind of rimming, but nothing. We get along well enough.
Could he help at all? Could he relay? Could he give you, I'm not asking for him to give you like personal treatments, but like, could he just give you the actual like situation of how this is resolving in the family, so you know who is actually pissed and who is it? That seems reasonable. Like, how is your father directly responding to it? How is Gabrielle directly responding to it?
No, we could probably reach out to him for that. That wouldn't be too hard. He won't help us at all past what he's already helped us with, because that was within the bounds of the paperwork and things that our family uses to manage, which was, so we kind of were able to work within the system, but he doesn't, Alexei's a good person he's a good person for us, but he also owes a substantial debt to father, and that's non-negotiable. He needs to kind of chain around the neck that one.
You can't have been disowned. Because weren't you still withdrawing, like, salary kind of thing from your family?
I was drawing soldier's pay for a knighted soldier, which
But that came from the family, right?
That came from the company.
If you'd been disowned, like excommunicated, persona non grata, would you be able to have withdrawn that?
It's a touchy subject. My uncle Lavernius, him and my father did not get along at all. Technically, he was not a part of any family gathering or anything, but he was still a part of the company. So
I feel like these are all questions that could just be answered by Alexi if you could get in contact with them.
I have a snapstone, but he doesn't have magic, so or well, he might actually. He's a wartime footing. He might have a mage assigned to his camp, so he might be able to communicate through him or her.
We can leave that to you to
family.
decide, Darius.
Aren't your family
Sorry.
members bound to serve in this conflict?
They're bound to the contract. So whatever the contract entails, they're bound to. But there's a lot of clauses and hidden things within the paperwork that's
So
signed.
they're allowed to leave the priority of defending their country to go and chase a bounty?
They're allowed to troop deployments to a certain point are within the purview of the company that is hired or the
Yes,
field
but gross
commander at the
misuse
time.
of troops can that not be reported?
Raymond was the last commander there. Raymond and Nicola were the two that we saw on the battlefront. So they're probably the two assigned with it, with a couple of non-family companies that are the non-family led companies in substance. So there's probably like, I don't know, 4 or 5, maybe upwards of 10 assigned to there, which would be a substantial number. But we don't have, not everybody's assigned to one operation. There's a lot of things going on. We have a lot of contracts. So there's
Typically
probably like
speaking,
3 or 4.
so long as troop numbers are being maintained for the contract, it doesn't really matter who's serving it, so long as the numbers and the agreements are being reached. This Martin, his entire group is on the wrong continent to be fighting in a war, so the only reason he could be here is, well,
There's maybe some diplomatic things. Father likes.
You were
wine
told
and
why
dining
he was
people.
here.
Why was he here?
He was hiring.
Recruitment?
It was recruitment of mercenaries within
yeah,
Korzak.
recruitment abroad. I was right,
Yeah,
recruitment
because
abroad.
Korzak is a huge pool of mercenary work normally. Principality of Korzak is like the biggest outputter of mercenary companies in its own right. Like they're actually relatively rare in Longreach because, well, Ren has a couple obviously, but because of like a lot of knightly orders and a lot more like state troops in say Legrungsland and the Nardathel, and then the big levy system that happens in the Rien. A lot more of the mercenary work and mercenary companies in terms of which you could hire in surplus is Korzak and on the eastern coast of Solarum.
Yeah. So there's only like there's only a handful in like at home, and they're usually probably like bigger named ones or like established, right?
Yeah.
That's probably what it is. Yeah. So that makes sense. But yeah, so he's here to recruit, which would make sense. He'd have his whole company here because he'd be one for protection, but also he'd send recruitment parties out and other things. So they need manpower. So that would be. It doesn't mean he's low on manpower. That could mean a couple of companies are low on manpower because Martin
There's a war
is
going on.
Martin is a veteran company. He's out of like there are 3 veteran companies. He's leading one of them.
Yeah.
And it's so they
And then-
have probably the better troops.
And another reason why a lot of the time whole companies will go, this is kind of general war knowledge, so a lot of you would realize this, so that's why I'm retailing it, is because essentially the thing is with Korzak is because it tends to be the middle ground for the Elandrin as well, it often means there's Elandrin warriors and Elandrin officers, etc., who are also trying to hire for their war efforts on the opposite side. So I imagine that this is an army of, say, Prussia and an army of, say, France meeting in Switzerland to haggle out the best bargains. It's not necessarily going to be light work, and quite often on some of the coastal cities in Korsak, there are diplomatic incidents, shall we say, where people do come to blows quite a lot.
Skirmishes, so...
Yeah.
It does tell us, though, that if Martin here is on a recruitment drive, there's nothing keeping the majority of his forces where they are. No, they're not needed for a war effort. They could easily just take time off to handle personal interests before they return to what they were doing.
Nope, that's true. He's also... Yes, I know his company. They're very good. They're not the best. He doesn't have that honor, but they're very good.
It'd be really convenient if Soul just walked through that door right now and told us everything that's going on. And do we want to use an opportunity to cut away to Beth?
Yes. So if the rest of the time we are, if you guys are just
word limit?
Same as
25.
the sending spell, so 25.
25 words.
I'm gonna work.
Bearing in mind that I'm a day ahead of you guys.
Yeah.
It's alright, I need to sleep anyway.
I'm gonna
I
work
used
out a
all of my...
message.
It's the first time I've had spells, I used them all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys are taking a long rest essentially now that you've hashed that out. So Beth.
Yeah.
So is there anything else you would like to do in Narnathel while you're there?
We have everything we need. Did the saint give us the documentation required?
You
so
have
we
been
could
given. You have been given a writ of authority from the Archknight.
Very well. Zedaar, you ready to go back to the Skyfire?
I suppose, yes. It's been a while.
It has
Okay.
been a while.
Okay. So you want to use the teleport scroll?
Well, first thing she's going to do is cast sending to Breton.
Okay.
We're
So-
inbound. Please make room in a space where I can get to you safely. 5 minutes. AKA, don't be in your room.
Breton, who has no idea how teleport works,
Yep.
who is probably just patrolling the decks, just kind of looking around because
Yep.
this has set his instincts on edge. Is probably just all right. Start looking for an open clearing out in the city, not too far from the Skyfire.
Okay. The Skyfire was just outside the city.
Okay,
Because
so plenty of space. is what I'm
yeah,
hearing.
yeah. So you-
Then she'll wait for, or she'll give Breton 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then she is going to use her ring that she has been warded with him, warding bond, the rings, because that is a very
Mhm.
familiar object that she is
Sure.
bound with.
They put a ring
And
on it. We get it.
Yeah. And she is going to use that as her center of focus for the teleportation spell.
Okay. Sorry, I just need to double check. Okay, so you're going to need to make an ability check for this.
I am.
Well, it's a higher level than a spell than one that you can cast.
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah,
So,
sure.
Knowing that, then Zedaar is going to give you guidance. So add a D4 to it.
so the
If
DC.
if we also know how important it is, Zedaar will have made a note of preparing enhanceability to give you advantage on the check as well. Because let's not waste this and have this be a thing.
Yep, because the scroll is a 7th level spell.
Oh fuck! I can't do both.
The DC is 18.
Okay. And is it Arcana?
Yes, it would be an Arcana check.
Actually, you have to let Zedaar know which would you prefer, guidance or advantage.
Advantage.
Okay, you can have enhanceability then.
All right. I'll roll this with advantage then.
Okay, so roll them bones. Let's see if you return home.
You get 3 attempts at this really.
There's a 10,
16,
16.
So that does not succeed.
Yeah.
15.
Can I use
You can you have your sorcery ability to spend a sorcery point and reroll a failed ability check.
yes.
And you have your inspiration.
And you do have inspiration for this session, so
You also have favored by the gods.
Yeah.
you do
Yeah.
have favored by the gods as a divine soul, which allows you to add 2d4 to a ability check.
Oh, then I can add it to that 16?
Well, yes, because this would be an advantage. So if you want to spend your sorcery, I think it's a sorcery point for favored by the gods, or is it 2?
No, sorcerer's point. Favored by the gods just wants a short rest.
Well, oh, he is once per short rest, so 2d4.
Then I can't fail.
Can't fail.
Well,
you certainly tried.
I like your effort.
Okay,
It's enough.
so you start to
Thanks for looking
read.
out, Brayla.
You start to read the
I'll give you the bare
incantation. It. Hey, sometimes the bare minimum is all you need. Welcome to my life.
You know what they call the doctor that graduated the bottom percent of their class?
A doctor.
Doctor.
Yeah, yeah. So.
Or lieutenant if it's in the U.S. Navy. But anyway.
Any military branch, really.
Yeah. So
Anyway.
The air. Yeah.
You unravel the fine, thin parchment that the arcanic symbols have been neatly transferred onto, and you begin to read the incantation. But as you begin to cast, you feel the spell start to wane, and then you just feel that warmth of a mother's hug like grip you from behind, and you manage to keep a hold of the spell. Zedaar holding onto the side of your arm, and you appear beneath a small pine tree with Breton in front of you, surrounded by dappled snow. In the this would be your hours ahead, so it's back to being darkness for you. You've gone from having morning light to wait, no, you did it about midday. It's probably like you see a sunrise in the background as the time zones change, as you shift back to the other continent.
Go from nice and warm to cold.
Temperature wise, it's not nice and warm where you were, because you were in like the almost extreme north, so it was like
Girvaloo.
Oh no, yeah, no, sugar, you were in Girvaloo, so yes, no, my mistake, yeah. You've gone from Barcelona heat to Archangel cold, yeah. Yeah, you see the running water of one of the rivers here that is moving fast enough that it doesn't freeze, but you see the islets like dripping in. Yeah, dappled snow everywhere, and Breton
Zedaar probably likes it.
Zedaar, yeah.
Zedaar is very comfortable in this weather.
Yep, Zedaar and Breton.
Both characters I play are actually cold resistant. Okay, fair enough.
Holy cold resistance, Batman.
She'll just look at Zedaar and go, it's okay to admit it. It was a good plan. It worked out.
I am not arguing. Everything worked out spectacularly. I would not call it a plan, but I will say that it was a success.
You see what I put up with, Breton?
Breton just looks at her, and just looks at Zedaar. So we have trouble. I mentioned that we have a timetable now. One of Darius's... I don't know how Martin is related to him, but basically one of the members of Darius's company is coming for him.
You see Soul's expression go from happy and joyful, like, we just nailed this too. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Week and a half.
Who's he?
2 weeks. We're saying week and a half. Safe.
Oh, King of Divorce.
There you go.
Oh, Brayla. Well, let's get the group together. I have some news. Good news! Good news!
I like good news.
Also,
I can use that.
Breton, how do you feel like running a country?
You couldn't pay me.
Good news, I'm not.
Taxes do that.
I thought you said this plan worked.
It did! By wave your elbow to get to your knee, it worked! Let's get the group together.
Breton just turned around and walked away. Second, Zedaar, I'm sensing some tension here.
Yeah, no, Darius is basically the same. Never stands up for himself and runs away from every possible, challenge or difficulty or... Yeah.
No, I'm in between you and Breton. Did you piss him off somehow?
To say, he's hard to read.
Zedaar just stares blankly at you for a second. Okay, let's go. We got work to do.
Is he just too stone-faced from his heritage? Is that why he's hard to read?
Ah, yes. See, I understood the joke.
Wait. I have a thing. I have it. Where is it? There it is.
It even
I
pops up a little thing.
hate that also appeared on your screen.
Yeah. They're great now, aren't they? Everybody now has a soundboard, Midge. You have to deal with that. That's
I'm
a thing that's happening
I'm turning
now.
that off on the server right this fucking second.
Quick, get your sounds in. Get your sounds in.
You can't stop
no.
me, Midge. I have an XLR. I have a soundboard built in.
Anyway. Yeah, she'll, as she walks past Breton or with him, she'll say, so it's kind of complicated. The good news is we did get a really nice letter written by the bishop.
Archknight. So you've got one from the King Bishop and you've got something
King
from the
Bishop?
Archknight.
Yes, from the King Bishop, written by his hand. Wink, wink. She'll say wink, wink.
Why are you saying it like that?
Where did the hell did you come from?
Hang
Are we
outside
all? Are we all
Good.
convening in
Vampire. Yeah.
An place?
Oh
the
yeah,
galley.
where are you? Okay, in the
The
galley
galley.
again. Good. Okay.
Firstly,
when we have a group meeting, it's in the galley.
letter sounds cool.
I
Zedaar,
need to just
it's
double
very
check
nice to
these
meet you.
things.
Again, not me.
Zedaar does.
See you again.
Sorry, Zedaar needs to correct Ruby for one thing. He's like, didn't you write into the letter specifically dictated, not written by?
Wink, wink. He doesn't write anything.
But he. Go with the plan, Zedaar. Go with the plan. It's for the good of the city.
I missed you, Zedaar. This is what I missed.
Basically, it tells the groups here to get their collective shit together, or they are going to do it for them, and they have a week from the delivery of this letter to do that. So it falls within your time frame. Yay! We also went to Girvlu and talked to the Living Saint, the Arch Knight, and
He's very nice.
he's really nice. Breton, you'd love him.
Just
Stone-faced.
Breton, you would have seen the Archknight once, I believe. They're not like a hidden recluse. Like they every, I think it's 10 years. There's like a grand sort of tournament sword forward slash like holy festival that's held, and the Archknight often leads the proceedings for it. So.
And to that end, we use the Arch Knight to get a little more leverage on a person to pick to be in charge. And this is where it gets a little awkward. He asked, are there any knights of any particular holy orders to whom to have my trust? I replied, there is only one. And she'll just look towards Breton.
I'm not even sure if my order counts as an official order.
It does, but you need 2 other people to be a part of it.
3.
I volunteer as tribute.
There's some gray area you can work with on that, yes.
Technically not a paladin, but who's gonna know?
No, you don't have to be a paladin. It's the fact that you're a noble. You would have to give up your noble claims to be a part of
Ruby's
an
dead.
order.
This is Soul.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it's a grey area. When Ruby comes back, be issues.
Well, as we know, this isn't Ruby. This is Soul. This is a different person.
Yeah. So
And even if even that being the case, I believe the idea was you would only be in charge for a little while before you appoint your own seneschal to take care of the business of this place. That would give us the authority to do what must be done to get this place back into gear. You know, deal with whatever holy orders that were causing problems. Everybody's in line. City gets rebuilt. The seals are defended. We move on to the next objective. Hopefully in a week or less, because probably Darius has to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, by the way, Ruby, do you have the message spell?
I was sending message, no.
Sending? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, that one. Good to know. Continue.
That was the plan. It went well. despite what Zedaar would tell you, it was a plan. I had a plan.
Right. So now I have to deal with that concept hanging over my head for the foreseeable future, and how we're going to deal with it. The situation here is about the same, other than the fact that we now have a war band coming to find Darius. The situation in the city, we haven't spoken with the people watching the tunnel, so we don't know if anybody has been revealed doing that. We don't know if the situation with the cultists has developed. It honestly hasn't been that long, so we might want to do that. Sort of cards on the table. Also picked a just got on the wrong side of the lady who is responsible for the Order of the Purifying Flame. Turns out I'm not a big fan of them, and that might be a situation that resolves itself as well.
If you weren't in charge, you could, well, solve that problem. Yes.
This is all predicated on whether or not there could even be 3 people who could be officially inducted.
So, you would know, Breton, that what the requirements are to become an official, like, Grand Master of an order is that the order needs 3 members to elect said person as a Grand Master. And the order essentially needs at least 4 members for there to be a Grand Master. If they are of noble birth, the individual must renounce their noble title to become an order member, because you are giving yourself to the service of an order rather than to any land, title, nation, state, even far so. But essentially anyone can become an order member should they wish to belong to it and follow the same virtues or creed. It would be up to whoever is in charge of the order to accept those people.
Are we really going to just usurp this place?
Oh, I have no intention of actually just taking full control over this place. I would be willing to assert authority in a time of crisis, but the second that this city is on the mend, it falls back to the people who really need to be here and have the right ideas of this place at heart.
Yes, the idea was we get their ass in gear and then we leave.
I don't feel good about nation building.
Sorry, yeah.
All
this
the
is
Paradox people in here, liars, all of you.
Sorry, we left out the Pathfinder Kingmaker version of this module.
Midge, here's a technical question. What is the potential legal status of a criminal joining a knightly order as a member of the penitent?
Totally fine. It's done quite a lot. They just can't hold a role that would be, say, Grand Master. Not without a number of years service at equal to what the local law of where the order was founded, what their crime, what the suitable equivalent to the punishment for the crime.
So hypothetically speaking, if a runaway squire and a potentially crime-breaking knight were to join up with said order, would there be any legal loopholes that could be used to work with that?
Yes.
Listen, it's a potential. So this is why I'm asking the DM.
Yes.
I would point out I have not been charged, so there is no year equivalent yet to working on the penitent thing.
It doesn't matter. You could be in the service of this order for the rest of your life, buddy.
Yeah. Yes, that is technically a loophole that could exist. The other thing is that's also fine. Basically, quite a lot of Nardathelian orders don't believe in gods; they revere saints, who are often real people who did good things. But the one of the issues will be yes, but whilst it will give less of a legal leg to stand on, it doesn't absolve the personal elements of those issues. If someone was to try and weigh in between the Order and the Renard Company, they would be like, no, I can't deal with this. But the Raynar company might not accept it.
That's fair, and it was a long shot. That's just why I was asking, like the personal stigma of it.
It's a good idea. It's a good.
No. It's a very in the courts, it would totally work. Like any actual sort of legal format, but it depends if the Raynar company are going to stick to the courts.
It would stop them from being able to hold. Yeah, it would stop them from holding an affidavit saying they can do it. It's not going to just stop them from doing it.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that.
Yeah, I will say there's a non-zero chance my father may have killed his brother. So.
Just I'm brainstorming. We have a couple of problems to deal with, and I was wondering how many of them we could solve just in one fell swoop.
It's a good idea. It's a good one. Well, actually, we can get some information on that. Midge, I put the message into the.
Oh, you did? Would you mind? Would you mind reading it to me? Unless it's.
You just hand it to Soul.
Yeah. Well, I have a snapstone, but since Soul is here and Soul has met Alexi for a short period of time.
Yeah, that's true.
We can work.
Is that the one that Ruby flirted with?
No,
Yes.
No.
No.
That was a very young nephew.
Yeah, that was a nephew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Alexi is the one you guys had dinner with his wife and daughter.
Right, he's the nice one.
Yeah, this is the direct brother, full blood brother of Claudia and Darius.
Yeah.
Also, don't feel bad, Roach. I'm as bad with my wife's family too. Like,
I have a chart that I keep when we're doing anything Darius related. I have the family tree like literally in front of me with all the names.
Like trying to read the Targaryen line.
No. It's more phrase. It's like there's like 30 on each direct thing. It's more Frey than Targaryen. Targaryen, you'd get to about 9 and you stop. Frey's, you're like, okay, this is Frey number 62. There we go.
Yeah, it's very Frey. Cool. So since Soul is here and you can cast, you can do this sending. I keep wanting to say message, but you can cast sending, so that way we can avoid using a snapstone. We still have that resource, because that's good to have.
And hope I don't need any more spells for the day.
Out of curiosity, can you make new snapstones with the sending spell?
Yes, if you know the sending spell, but we haven't had anyone that who knew the sending spell that could make them.
We also need Zep.
Yes, that is one. Okay, so I'll put the message in the chat, just so I think it's 25 words. I've worked it out. I think so.
But yes,
I think the message is 25
I mean,
words.
I think Zep can make sending stones. He's just using them for very specific things, right? They
cost a lot.
Well, no, sending stones can only report to one another is the thing. The walkie-talkies rather than mobile phones.
Well, the one problem with this one is, Alexi, this is Darius. It's gonna be a little sus.
I think he'll recognize that I think it's exactly 25 words, and I've had to omit some grammatical bits to make that work.
To be fair, I believe in the message, like in the wording of the spell, they know who it's from, so they will go, that's Soul. Like you do learn naturally that it's Soul.
How about Alexi? Message from Darius.
I don't think that's necessary, because like this guy is somebody who has his own mage to do these kinds of things all the time. Messages from third parties would be relatively common.
Maybe usually if it's within, basically what happens is the mages can go between each other for messages. Is kind of how it goes. If you're assigned a mage to a company, they're not necessarily always there. But it's so I don't know.
It's the equivalent of it's like sending Morse code, and it's just like stop. Just like the name of the person who's actually sending the message, even if it's not that person typing out the message.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm going with here. But yes, Alexi, this is Darius. Need information of family situation relating to me and Claudia. How father take it? Question mark. That's grammatic. That's to be cut down pretty.
Whether or not Soul keeps to that is entirely up to her.
Yeah, Martin is near, comma. I don't think punctuation matters.
Yeah, I know what I'm.
Use mage.
I'm getting ready to reply for myself. So.
Yeah, that's Martin is near. Reply or use mage. That's exactly 25 words. And gets the gist. And if he has the mage there, then we can just communicate for a while. They're usually pretty well trained in that.
It's
What
mid-afternoon.
time of day did we establish it was for Soul?
She's mid-afternoon right now.
Yeah,
Mid-afternoon? So Alexi's getting this around mid-afternoon.
if he's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Depending on where he is.
She'll cast Sending.
Great.
It's a shame that this doesn't work with, like, Extend spell.
Or as a touch spell, yeah.
50
Extends.
words.
Yeah, you up your SMS bonus. Yes.
Yeah.
Extend would increase the range, so I don't think that's necessary considering the range.
Yeah,
of
no. It
extending
just
is
means
quite
instead of being on
literally-
this plane, it can be others.
Sending can go to other
Oh
planes.
shit.
It's the international calling plan.
There's just a chance it might drop the call if you go international.
That's true. That's true. Okay.
Do you accept these charges?
You are being called
call
for
from
Skyfire
Darius
Adventure
Reynard.
Company.
No,
You are trying to contact an inmate of the Skyfire Adventure Company.
It's that old like thing of like we can collect call. It's like you have a collect call from Alexa. This is Darius. Information from family.
You fit your message into the collect call.
Well,
lane. Yes, yes.
Oh,
That's
I
amazing.
forgot
I
that was
love
even a thing. Oh dear, you're just like I just imagined it. You are just you are
Nostalgia.
receiving a collect sending from Soul. Please wait for the message to respond. Yeah, okay.
She will do word for word.
Okay.
Darius wrote it down. It's very nice calligraphy.
And she's polite enough to not screw up his words
Darius,
in front of him.
father is pissed. Mages are in Anton's pocket.
Mages are in Anton's pocket.
That's a no-go.
That's a no-go.
Hey, it's one word.
I've got
Technically word hyphen
It's
word.
hyphenated, so it's one word.
He counts, Strap. Let him cook. Let him cook.
I just figured a key.
family heads all want a slice after a dispute at War Council.
Alexi.
Last word.
Load that.
I think the
looking
looking
through
word's
his-
gonna be shit. 'Cause he
I
can't
was seeing the
Thesaurus.
buffering symbol right now.
He's looking through a thesaurus right now to kind of work out a word that says a lot of things that he needs to say.
Exactly
Switch to Welsh for the
That's
final
exactly what
word.
I'm trying to do. I'm trying to think what's the most valuable one word I can give you.
Honestly, he'd probably sign off his name at the end, right?
Oh, definitely
No,
not.
no, they're
No.
smarter than that. He knows he's got a word limit, and he's trying to give as much as he can.
Run.
Last thing you said was everyone wants a piece after War Council.
Yeah, everyone wants a piece after War Council.
That's not good. That means that means to him.
Every
it's
head,
very
every
important.
head wants a piece.
Yeah, that's all my brothers and sisters. well, except the one here.
And the one messaging.
Yes.
Which tells me we need to give the first one who arrives a big bloody nose, and then they won't bother us.
That's what I was saying.
That's not how that family works.
I'll give a lot of bloody noses, they'll get the message.
They're not going to keep wasting resources on you.
It's
Make it
not a
sound-
matter of
father
his
wants to make
importance,
it
it's a matter of the disrespect, I think.
Fubar.
I don't know if you can use an acronym as a word, but we'll allow it. You're the DM.
So Darius, your situation is snafu.
All right. That's gnomish.
Darius,
so.
you then get a message.
Oh,
Darius or Soul?
No, Darius.
Okay.
I don't think he knows you enough to give you a message.
I just sent him a message.
Yeah, but you know him. You remember him.
Mm-hmm.
He might not
You're
remember.
not
that well.
recognizable.
Wait, no, he
Wait,
would
no,
be
actually,
able to.
No.
He's gotta have caller ID.
He would be
He
able
met
to.
Ruby,
Yeah,
right?
it's-
He
yeah.
didn't meet
He met
Soul.
Ruby though.
No,
not
but when
Soul,
the
so-
sending goes through, you learn who the person is sending you from.
Yeah,
You
cool.
gain
So I
familiarity
get a
with them as part of it.
message?
Yeah, you
But
get a
also, it's just easier to message Darius directly.
Yeah, that's true.
Snapstone. This was he's told you. Snapstone.
Oh, get a lot of those. It's in my head. I didn't say
War
that out loud.
is
War is.
on a knife's edge.
This is why I write things down before I use any of these resources.
You are considered on my spell slots, Darius. Thank you.
Father
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
is hemorrhaging cash.
Okay.
Anton,
Makes sense.
Martin, and others challenged him to step down.
Oh, that's not.
You got 6
These-
more.
Stress is high.
My life.
Love to
Sorry, it's on a
assist.
good day. Okay. I get a reply.
You do get 25 words to reply, yeah.
I do get 25 words to reply. God damn it. This is why I write them down.
Yep, fingers up, let's
Uh,
Do you
go.
want to take time? Because I could jump us over. Because I was gonna talk to Breton real quick about the order, forming the order.
No, I want to see
No,
Roach stuff.
I just put it through 2 of those. So it makes sense.
I will count so that people at home can see.
Cool, yeah. Good info. Keep you safe. Stay out of trouble, head down. Still got 15. Or 14
Yes,
left.
14 left.
Periodic reports.
Claudia Good. Me not. Will deal with best can. Got 5 left.
Mm-hmm.
What's his wife's name? What's his wife's name? Biting me back now. I got 5 words.
Mhm.
Oh, I misplaced the family tree. No,
It's pinned in our chat.
you're right. It is pinned in the chat. Cool. Yeah. All the love to, and then his wife's name. I am having problems finding it. I wrote it. Damn it. Yeah, all the love to blank. I will find the name because
Okay.
it's gonna.
So you got
annoy the
one
shit out of
word.
me.
You got one word. You got one word left.
Yeah, I got 1 word left. Nope, that's a name you made up. I left that one up to you.
Oh,
It's not on mine.
well, you-
it's just
yeah,
spouse. It's just partner of. So yeah, you're right. See that's on you, Midge.
I've definitely given it to you before, but you know.
You have. It's also that was also like a year and a half ago.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah. But yeah, all the love to blank.
Let me know in chat if you know. Are you giving rid of the last word?
That is just the name.
Oh, I
All
thought you
the
had
love
one
to-
word. Okay.
No. That was exactly 5. It was all
Okay.
the love to blank, and that's
Okay. Cool. Okay.
Yep.
So,
Hey, we still got one sending stone, or we got 2 sending stones left for the party. That's good.
so James, you wanted to talk to Breton.
Oh, I was just gonna... Breton, if you're considering taking on this role of Grandmaster and, stepping up, I've basically already given up my nobility and titles, so I'd be happy to join to make this easier.
When I say that I'm considering it, it's more I have a written recommendation from a saint. If I don't take any form or stance on that, that could be, admittedly, a minor loss of face, but that could be a loss of face, and I cannot bring myself to do that. It would be in very poor taste to do that, especially when the situation is in such a dire strait. So...
Well, if you'll be willing to have me join your order, I'd be happy to vote you as Grandmaster.
Yes, it's not a thing I ever really considered being ever played at being official. So the very idea that not only do I need members to make a Grandmaster of the Order, I need the Order to actually undertake its first undertaking in the aid of a city. But yes, of course, I can't think of any reason why that wouldn't work. I certainly don't have any qualms with just kind of sizing James up. Members of a particular situation being involved. We're not, definitely no Order of the Purifying Flame here.
Well, I appreciate that for certain. I don't think I'd be around much if that were the case.
It would certainly look awkward on the papers.
Yes.
Well, that's one. Soul was volunteering as well, and considering what we could do with that legally, if it works out, that's 2. That still leaves 1 more.
Do you have anybody that you personally would trust, that you would want to bring into this venture? Somebody that you would want to hand over the reins to, since you want to eventually step down and continue our grander adventure?
Here?
No, anywhere, really. I mean, eventually we could bring them in, correct?
Admittedly, I don't have a great track record right now with the people from my past. Most knights I knew serving under Lord Sunderstar were not what I would describe as the most well-meaning or well-behaved. Definitely not the most dedicated. And that was most of my life, so I can't say I would rely on any of them.
You don't have any friends or whatnot that...
I have a friend. Outside of these group of individuals who I've been serving with, I have known one person my entire life, and that was the person I was dedicated to. As a young man, I was very dedicated to my job, and I didn't see any reason to bother with it otherwise, other than the pleasantries of knights and...
Yes.
Brent starts thinking about the holy tournament as well, and the times that he's met other knights, and the what are seemingly probably friendly rivalries, but he'll just shake his head at that. No, if I was going to appoint anybody to handle this city, but when the time of it gone, I would prefer to pick somebody from the city, because who else could know the situation better than them?
True, but sometimes an outside source might not try to seek personal gain within the city that they don't know. They might just work for the best of the city. Somebody coming from it might be in it for personal gain. That's why there's nobody who can make a claim right now. I think that's everybody's just trying to get in it to be the head instead of just be there for the betterment of the city itself.
It's part of the reason I was considering the commander of the watch. The one person here who has been trying to do everything they can for the city, but has been politically strung up and unable to do so because they're not a part of the religious orders.
Well, why don't we go see if we can bring them into the fold?
I'm not sure it has to be a member of my order that I appoint.
Well, just in our general planning, so that they know. And maybe we could help them spread the word amongst the lower ranks, in a sense, that we aren't here to take over.
I think it'd be better for us to reveal that part of the information once we can establish that we can make this official. Because if there's not going to be a third person to make this work, then there's no point in telling people what's going to happen.
True.
But for now, let's just... We have a week and a half, or a week and 4 days now, because a day has passed, so let's... I guess, does Brett need to start doing paperwork to, like, official, like, induction into the order? He should probably come up with something to make, like, actually official an induction right. So that's gonna be his day now, is coming up with all
we
of
get a
this.
tabard and everything.
Should ask Darius. He does paperwork a lot.
Every order does it differently, but there is normally a central book of order members. Like some way to say that this person is who they say they are. They are a member of the order, kind of thing. But like some people, like it's a ceremony as simply as essentially knighting someone. Essentially, like it's just like you are an order member, welcome aboard, kind of thing. But like, yes, there will be a logbook of who those people are somewhere.
Also, far be it for me to speak for a member, but I also think Zedaar would be keen on this too. This feels like a Zedaar thing.
Zedaar is already a part of a group.
Mm-hmm.
She's in the night programs. I don't know how that would conflict. Definitely an option.
Not willing to say without her here.
Yeah. TBD.
What about... Wait a minute.
How about any number of the people we have here as guards?
I mean...
I'm just thinking of that kid that helped us take the lance in Retbury. He'd be a great member.
Okay, yeah.
I appreciate you all thinking about this, but look at this from my perspective. This is not something I'm just doing because it's important for the city. This is an order that I founded. I intend to take it very seriously. I'm not just going to induct anyone because I need people. That would not reflect well on me.
That's why we're trying to find ones that you personally deem suitable for the role.
I would say, if you do need members, we have three or four former Renard Company soldiers, three of which who would be great penance members, as they have technically broken some laws.
Are you talking about the guys in the stocks?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, they are.
What?
Sorry.
I think I would take in... Oh my god, I forgot his name. Davris.
Davras.
Davras. I think I would take in Davris before I would take in them, because at least he's well-spirited and well-meaning.
He's confused, but he's got the spirit.
He's got the spunk.
I'll think about it. For now, I need to do some work and
if
some
you need
writing.
an induction form or anything like that, just ask me. I know how to make those legally airtight.
So one thing that, just as a reminder of, you've got the two things, just to spur on the thought process that needs to happen here, and not, because this is something that I think you would understand, and it's been some weeks, but you've got and just to work out the dynamic of the city, a lot of the reasons and some of the reasons why they haven't elected a leader is a lot of these holy orders that make up the city's council are from lots of different regions. You've got one that will say from the Archknight that goes, well, I want this person, which will be, in your case, Breton, which will most likely swing a lot of... There is going to be convincing to do, but it will most likely swing the Nardathelians. And then all you've got from the Rhiannon is, you need to make a decision. That has no reason for them to sway. Like, it's like there is some there, but it's like that's not a guarantee of swaying them all directly to that side, if that makes sense.
It's make a decision or we will.
Yes, but they might want to make a decision of someone from the Rhiannon. You are working without full scope of the landscape, I would say.
Sure.
Like, you don't know which way those voting blocks are going to vote, if that makes sense.
Either way. It's going to force them to go forward.
It will help. Yeah, it will do. You've cut down the process by, like, a lot of time, but you haven't actually explored the process, if that makes sense.
We still have to deliver this letter to, I guess, whoever, the council that's still fighting with amongst themselves. Getting in will be the hardest part, but a royal signature from the Knight Bishop should probably expedite that bit.
King Bishop Archknight.
Yes, sorry. One is a chess piece, one is not.
One is 2 chess pieces.
One is one. Okay, so your plan for today.
Let's get this letter to the cathedral. Find somebody who's relatively in charge.
Okay.
And see where things go from there.
Well, do we also want to make sure that Breton has his order in place first before we try and drop that one off?
How long would that take?
I have to finalize acts of this if we're going to do it right, and then, well, we do need at least 3 people for the order to be official. 3 more people. So, a day at the safest would be more than enough. I'm not going to write a book on regulations and protocol, but I am going to do something.
Just a basic charter.
How do you feel about joining a holy order?
What was that?
Claudia.
Strictly speaking, Claudia, just as one advantage, while Darius did take you away, I believe if you were to willingly join us, they couldn't take you back, even if they wanted to. If they would, it'd be by force, and that would mean they would be breaking the law, and I could legally request you back. Granted, for all the good that's meant.
It's like double Dutch. We're just starting to get into like layers of law. Also,
that's what everybody wants D&D for, right? Law games.
yeah.
Objection!
I left one establishment. I don't really fancy joining another.
You'd make father angry.
I'd make father angry, but I'd make far less money.
That's my sister.
She has a point.
Yeah, that's my sister.
Most people who join Knightly Orders aren't in it for the money.
I'm very much in it for the money.
We grew up with a lot of excess.
No,
She became accustomed to a life.
You know what, Claudia? I think you are the one who needs to figure out what you want to do with your life. He'll just like pat her on the shoulder.
I'm just saying, it's an option. Think about it.
Okay.
Breton also checks his things to make sure nothing's missing when he walks away from her.
Well, she doesn't steal from you guys anymore.
Okay, good, but
That we know of.
Anymore.
Is my coin purse missing again?
No. No.
just takes it from you and leaves it somewhere, just for you to find it later.
You don't shit where you eat, and you're literally talking in the room she eats in.
Yeah, that's true.
But anybody
true.
Breakfast?
Sorry, you cut out there.
Would anybody like breakfast?
I've already had a quick bite, thank you.
Huh? What was her name?
Okay. So Breton's taking a day to get their things in order. Sorry, that was such a bad pun. Such a bad pun. What would the rest of you like to do?
Valmir would like to talk to Zedaar about all things Bahamut.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I guess you.
Zedaar is back, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you two can talk shop.
I mean, I've seen a shop, and I'm trying to talk to the owner of one.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of the level of experience here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
it's now two franchise managers talking to one another at convention, is what this is.
No, I mean, Zedaar, you talk about Bahamut, Zedaar will tell you about Bahamut. He can start with personal feelings and go all the way into I have this written in my notes. I want to say there's something in the ballpark of like 107 litanies.
I want those because I remember fighting in the middle of Retbury and Zedaar just coming out with these like poems of Zedaar badassery, and
Oh yeah, no, you're gonna be getting some of those. That is, Zedaar will just tell you all the ones he knows. Not all of them are like super intimidating, but you know, it's religious fervor in some regards. So some of it is pretty extremism, which is coming from a dragon. You know, it's extreme. But no, Zedaar is going to entertain that. So.
And I'll also be telling Zedaar about how I kicked the shit out of my dad. And now Dragon Daddy is my new daddy.
I wish I could have been there to see that. I told you could do better, Valmir. I told you. And you did. Look at you now.
Valmir is like quite visibly, like he's not even trying to hold back. You know like when like a 10-year-old is like complimented by their parent and they're like absolutely buzzing about it. Very much how Valmir feels right now.
So Zedaar will also say, all right, so we're also going to sit down and you're going to tell me everything because I want to know.
Yeah. All about meeting Aureus, the trials, and the beating up dad, going back, getting a blessing, and like showing off some of the new powers that I've got, and the whole story. Zedaar will learn it all.
Okay. Darius, what are you doing today?
Probably. Oh God, what would Darius be doing? Making sure that the 3 captured individuals from Martin's company are like. Didn't we put them like ball and chain?
Yeah, they got chain ganged and they're now helping with the reconstruction effort.
Okay, yeah, probably check in on them, make sure that they're still all there, so that everything's. They haven't gotten away and like stowed aboard the ship or something.
Nope.
Other than that, probably just prep work. It's probably going through all of his
making more glass.
Things, making more glass. Trying to remember if Martin had any allergies to food or intolerances that could be used against him. Cuttlefish. Trying to find some cuttlefish to use and see if they could distill that into a powder of some sort. Probably. Cuttlefish powder. Just use that, aerosolize that.
Yeah, just dry it out.
Not sure you're going to find any here in this destroyed city, but you can try.
There's tries. But
give me an investigation check.
Oh, God. That's why you making me even roll this. I don't even have a bonus to investigation. 13.
Yeah, you don't find any cuttlefish.
Yeah, no. The best I can find is squid.
I have cuttlefish.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. I just channeled my inner Venture Brothers there.
Yeah. Just does that. Checks over family stuff, making sure that everything's kind of in order, all that kind of thing. Debates. Doing more.
James, what are you doing?
I don't know.
Try and help me find cuttlefish.
I mean, you're going to need to dry it into a powder and, turn it into something, so sure, why not? You might need some alchemical experience.
Yeah, that's what you do, right? You make things that help or hurt people.
Oh, well, yes, and
It's a broad scope definition of an alchemist.
yes. It's more or less I'm able to enhance things of my personal nature. But I do understand how to refine things.
Cool.
So if you want to take cuttlefish and refine it down to a powder that is targeting a certain, I don't know, sense? You're trying to,
Yes,
what are you trying to do with it?
Disable my brother. He has
Is he
a cuttlefish allergy.
Oh yes, then we could just dry that into a powder and put it in a little balloon.
Exactly.
Fill with
The
air,
other
and all
thing-
you have to do is pop it open in front of his face.
The only other thing I could ask is maybe you could fork out a way of making dust of sneezing and choking less deadly for me. Directly.
I would just say wear some type of filter over your mouth and nose.
You consider a mask.
Mask, that might be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, if the powder is getting in your nose, just put something in the way that traps those little
Problem is,
particles.
it just goes everywhere immediately, and then I'm down, suffocating for 10 rounds.
It was only 5 rounds. Come on. Okay, so
Yeah.
what would you like to do?
+7 con.
That is something that's probably going to take up past our break time.
Okay. What, we've got another 10 minutes, so...
So first thing I guess she's going to do is she's going to find a nice place a little bit outside of the Skyfire, not terribly far away, still within line of sight, but away from everybody else.
Okay.
And she is going to commune with Brayla.
Okay, you're using the spell Commune.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
And she is going to ask her, Ruby wishes to commune with Chloris. But there is a fear that call might not go well. Can you provide any insight on this before that happens?
Hold on. Unclear.
Yeah, figured.
Yeah. You don't get that sort of transcendent feeling this time, but in terms of like you're not pulled to the the cloud layer, you just feel within yourself this time as these questions are answered.
Then can you help Ruby come out for a time?
Yes.
And Soul is going to go inward.
Oh. Okay. Please make a Constitution saving throw.
And this is where it ends.
Nope, that should not have a blessing on top of it. So that'd have been a 16.
16. Okay. Roll a d4. Roll a d6.
Wait,
sorry,
how
please.
is it a plus 10? Hold on.
A very good question.
I think it's because I counted for the aura next to you. No, her. Yeah, no, it is plus 10. Yeah.
Constitution saving throw. She's a sorcerer. She gets the proficiency to it plus con mod plus plus one of her magic items because of the type of throw that this is going for. I think that's about right.
Yeah.
Okay, roll me a d6, please.
4.
Okay. So you feel yourself back inside the skull of the body that you share, and you see Ruby, hair tied back, clearly breaking a sweat. Like she looks like it's like she's just gone like 5 rounds of boxing training kind of thing. She is like dirty in that kind of like sweaty, like post heavy workout way. And you see that in the corner the flaming visage is just kind of like the fire is kind of mellowed and restrained right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you see it, and you are free to talk to Ruby.
I think it's time we learn to reconcile our power while we have a little bit of downtime.
How do you think we do that?
If we can understand the origin, the nature of it, how we can prevent becoming like our father.
I agree, but I'm not sure how much closer we are. But do you want to take over for a bit? I'll happily walk around for a while.
I think Breton could talk to you, yeah.
There is that. Okay, so make your selection. Which character you want to proceed
Pop
to?
back out as Ruby.
Okay, so the hair begins to lose its white desaturation. The red returns, and with it, the fire that is Ruby is reignited. You still have one question with Prala. You feel Ruby feels that kind of connection as she looks like the we know where the red fringe what Soul normally has. That for you is white right now.
Yep. The love and joy that Soul feels towards Brayla is replaced with a little bit of animosity.
Yep.
You know, when we made that choice, I didn't think it would end up like this. I have nothing else to say to you. The answer she'll just close the connection.
Okay. You open your eyes, the warm feeling that doesn't make Ruby very happy it recedes, and in front of you, whilst you've been on your knees, like it just in the snow, there is a slight melted outline as in it sits a cookie. Three types of chocolate. Yeah.
Cheater. You can't bribe your way to my love, she'll say to the sky above.
Yeah.
They'll certainly try.
My love cannot be bought.
Can it be bargained for?
She's gonna go back to the ship.
Okay. You do so.
And I'll do the next section later.
Sure, no problem. Okay, well, we got 5 more minutes, but we'll take our break a little bit early. So we're going to take a 10-minute break here, and we will be back just after these messages. See you in a bit. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier. Whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions. A solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Dre Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's rattled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can beautifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount to possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield.
If we take this job, someone is going to get hurt. Not me, of course. I'm an effing delight. You do what you do, I'll do what I do. I'll keep the red stuff inside of you.
Buddy, we live in Night City. Just breathing can get you killed.
This sort of job? Bullets flying, people dying, gangers riding, corpos trying to take what they don't already own. Doesn't matter. For us, just another day at the office.
When the world seems bleak, you follow your heart. Take that stage without hesitation and give it everything you've got.
There's a lot more to this city than you'd think. You just gotta dive beneath the surface. People like me, we dive into the depths.
And we're back. And we return to politics. So, No. So we left off with you,
Ruby.
Ruby. Now,
Ruby.
sorry. What was the
she
other
was
thing
gonna
you
go
wanted to do?
find. She was gonna go find Breton and Zedaar.
Sure. You can find both of Lake's characters.
Not together at the moment, but yes.
Well, who's on the ship?
Both of them are on the ship. They're just not in the same place
Yeah.
on the ship.
Yeah.
Then she'll grab Breton first.
Breton's in his room, poring over a desk, writing something.
I'm imagining the desk is like just on his knees and almost like it like getting under this, just like, you know, giant man at desk is like pen.
Yes.
Me.
What is it?
Can I come in?
Yeah, you can come in. I'm just working on something right now.
She will open the door, and it's Ruby, not Soul.
When you said it was me, this is not exactly who I was expecting.
Yeah, I know. I probably should be a little more clear on that. It's a little awkward right now.
It is awkward when me could mean one of two people, especially with your voice. What is it? Why are you here?
Are we okay?
Well, the last time I checked, you were hiding away from this thing inside of you were afraid of, so...
She's fidgeting. Just look, anything in his room that she can, like, fidget spin, she's fidgeting, spinning. Clearly nervous or anxious about something. Yeah, you weren't here for this, but there was a time right after Modwin when I tried to commune with Caloris, and it did not go well. I believe it failed spectacularly. The spell went awry. I guess I went insane for a while. Falamir could probably tell you more about it, or Zedaar. But I'm stronger now, and I want to attempt it again.
Brett is just kind of staring at her. Okay.
I need answers, Breton. I can't get them by stewing under my own anxiety. I need to know why me? Who is she or they? How can I protect myself and others from these powers?
I understand this is important, but I do have to ask one question first. You said that the last time you tried to do this, you went temporarily insane. Is now the best time for that?
I have a better spell now.
Sure. Allow me to phrase this a different way. If something goes wrong and you are compromised when we need you in this time, is now the best time for that?
I can't help you like this, Zedaar, Breton, until I get these answers. I'm second guessing myself. I'm doubting everything. I'm afraid that one day I'm just going to explode when the ship is in the air and kill everybody on it.
I agree. You haven't been you at all.
So, best time? I don't think there is a best time. But we have a week of relative inactivity. Just come with me out to the snowfields for a little while. Help me with this.
Breton is going to look at what he's writing, and he'll just kind of fold it in half. And probably fold it again and kind of tuck it away in the bag. All right. At least we can agree that we shouldn't be doing this on the ship, just in case, but we might want to make a bit of a trek of it just in case, because if the unimaginable happens, and this is what connects you to Caloris and potentially lets that out. We shouldn't be next to a city, even one as ruined as it is.
I know. I'd like to get the rest of the group there just in case, too.
Then go ahead and gather everyone.
And she will go to the intercom. Skyfire, can we meet outside the ship, please?
A distinctly Ruby-esque tone heralds over the ship.
I believe we're off getting cuttlefish.
Yeah, not everyone's on the ship.
Yeah.
Those who are on. Is everybody else gone? Okay.
I wish I hadn't said cuttlefish.
This is a great time for us to go fishing.
I really wish I hadn't said cuttlefish, because my head does South Park. And I don't know if anyone knows the episode I'm thinking of, but it's not a particularly good one because it's South Park.
Well, also, guess who doesn't know sending?
Ruby.
Zedaar does, though.
He does.
I'll go get
Cleric! Woo woo!
I think we're missing something, James.
No, we couldn't possibly.
Man.
This is a great day for fishing, quite honestly. I mean, the timing's right. The tides are just coming in, right? Ah, it's beautiful. I only know because I did a little stint as a sailor.
Just want to point out, you
looked at a map at any point.
Have you looked at the map of where we are?
There ain't no tides here, son.
Desert and snow.
Also,
you're on a major river.
Probably not here.
You're on a major river. Wow.
It's fantasy. Who knows?
Yes.
Could be sky fishing for all we know.
Yeah, cuttlefish actually. Yeah, Great River cuttlefish.
Maybe the cuttlefish actually swim in stream to like lay their eggs like salmon do, and then they go back out to the ocean once they hatch.
Okay, so I didn't know what exactly cuttlefish looked like, so I just googled it. It's a fucking octopus.
It's like a little squid.
It's a mix. It's its own distinct thing from a squid and octopus. It's a separate one. Yeah, but yes, they look the same.
One of the most intelligent creatures in existence, right? That we know of.
Sure.
Octopus and stuff. Yeah.
No, cuttlefish are like I've considered the pinnacle of the mollusks.
No kidding.
They're smarter. Yeah.
Pinnacle of the mollusks.
Also, there's parts of them that like can regenerate cells, like they've got like regenerative properties, and also that there's certain ones that can camouflage, like active
You want
camo.
to grind one up?
I wonder what part of this fish your brother is the most allergic to, because that's really what they. Do you have a blood sample by chance? Because I could really run it through some tests, and I could figure out exactly what would trigger it the most.
I don't keep my siblings' blood on me. No, that is not normal for me.
Oh, it's not normal for you. Okay, I'm glad you didn't say it wasn't normal, because I do have some samples of blood. Does that make you nervous?
Is any of it my blood?
I don't believe so. You haven't given me any, so shouldn't be.
We'll get to that. I'll think.
If you find any in there, I personally don't know how it got there. I only take blood from the willing, honestly.
So, what's Ruby up to?
Waiting for this conversation to end.
I haven't been responding this week.
I guess, yeah, I imagine it's something like she's just sitting on the deck, or sitting in the cargo hold, tapping her foot impatiently to see who's responding to her summons. Which, Zedaar was on the ship, so Zedaar would go.
Yeah, Valmir was with Zedaar.
So Valmir too. Breton tags along a little later after finishing writing what he was working on. I guess we're just assuming Zeraj and Zep are also not on the ship. So
Yeah.
this
No,
is
it's-
it. This
yeah.
is the extent of who's
Yep.
here.
Zarash possibly is there, and very happy to see Ruby. Zep is most definitely not there.
Hey,
Me and Darius probably would have made our way back
hey, Zedaar.
if you waited long enough for us.
Well, she'll wait.
Okay.
It's that evening when everybody gets there. How was fishing?
I didn't get a bite.
We got a couple of
Got
trout.
That's not what he meant.
Just in the park. Why are you looking at them very intently? Why are you looking at that person?
Hey, Zedaar, remember when I tried to commune with Caloris?
Yes.
I'd like to try again.
Oh, this is hilariously stupid. I'm all in.
It's a good idea.
Concerned.
Now this is concerning.
Perhaps we should take a moment to consider what happened the last time that you tried this.
I have. Also, it's very nice to see you again. I missed you. And she'll actually hug him.
What happened last time?
Zedaar seems a little surprised considering the last time they met, it was Zedaar has never been Ruby's favorite person.
Golly, one wonders why.
You're the one hugging him.
Oh, it's the joke.
Good to see that you are alive. That has continued to be a dubious nature at most.
I live, I die, I live again.
One wonders how.
Funny you should bring that up. That's part of the reason I want to do this spell.
Zedaar's just gonna give her a look. Have you thought this through?
You haven't been here to know what's happening?
I asked, have you thought this through?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You have given it forethought. You have made a plan of it.
As much as I can, yes. I'm asking for your help.
Zedaar's gonna make an insight check about this. And it's not if Ruby's lying or not. It's just how confident does Ruby seem in this?
Not confident at all.
I rolled a 20.
She's twitchy. She's anxious. This is not Ruby normal activity.
Okay. Zedaar with his hands on shoulders.
Is this Ruby
Considering
or is this the
it's
third
Ruby.
personality?
It's Ruby.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So Galen stands on her shoulders, considering what Soul managed to accomplish with what was an approximation of a plan. I will be willing to go along with this, if only if I know that if I don't go along with it, you're going to do it anyways, and this is the best way to help you.
I have a plan, Zedaar. It's called the
I know.
Skyfire Adventuring Company.
That is not a plan, that is a contingency.
In fairness,
More like just a
contingency
group.
plan. That is the next word there.
No,
What are we
technically...
expecting to happen? To fight a demon that comes out of Ruby? What's going on?
I mean, been there, done that. Let's be honest, all in a day's work.
So the last time
Yeah.
I did this, I caught fire.
So bring water.
Not seeing differences.
I mean, there's a lot of ice
Well,
all over the place.
So the bigger concern is there is a piece of me inside of me that if it is not managed properly, can explode.
How big?
Are we talking a literal explosion here?
Literal explosion, yes.
Yes, so the last time that she attempted to do this, some of you are not here, many of you are not aware of it, she went insane for days. And it took time recovering, both Zep and I nursing her back to health. So that was bad, and potentially could happen again. I don't know, depending on how she's going to approach it. Whereas Breton will interrupt and say, and that is just from what I'm understanding, is just a possible potential. If this bridged gap is what is needed for whatever is inside to come out, an explosion, I suppose, is one thing that could happen. Another thing is that whatever is inside is just released.
I am a risk, and I want to get it solved while we have an empty space, help, and nothing else on our plates for the next couple of days.
And also why we're doing this outside of the city.
As Midge rapidly prepares a snow map.
No.
Ruby,
Yeah,
do you believe this will work?
I think the best I can give it is all I have. Will it work? That depends on Coloris. The spell will work.
It has to, because I don't know what I'm going to do if it doesn't. To quote the Marvel quotes.
If this is what you want to do, then I'll back you up. All right. You all help me deal with my inner demons. Least I can do, just to return the favor.
Your inner demon was literally a demon outside of you, but
Look,
yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
This
your
is
inner
getting
demon
into
was a
semantics.
literal external demon.
My inner demons turned out to be external demons.
Devil. Actually,
look,
distinction.
You never know.
Devil.
Might happen here too. So who knows?
I'm already on board. And I already said I would help, so I'm here. You can't stop me! I'll do it all day! You put my characters in the room together, they'll both talk. I'm not afraid. I'll have a conversation with myself.
I feel like I'm the one who's getting annoyed by it, and I'm not even the one who did it to you.
I don't know. So.
Hey, at least your characters can't interrupt each other.
I mean, well, kind of can.
Rhyme.
Again, how big is this explosion going to be?
I don't have an answer to that.
How big was it last time?
It wasn't that big, but I didn't have this. I didn't die before.
It burned down a city block.
Oh,
It did what
it did?
Well,
It did?
Oh, is that the one in Givry Louvadou?
Oh, yeah.
Before we met you?
Yeah.
Breton was there for the aftermath of that.
Yeah.
Breton knows.
I mean, we were all there in the ruins later on.
So,
Yeah.
what you're saying is you can stand in the center of a cordoned off city block out in the middle of the wilderness, and we'll stand around the edges and watch.
and yell encouragement.
We will stand
And if something comes out that's not me or Soul,
we try to bargain with it and get it onto our side.
We'll yell, warning you that it's there.
I probably won't hear you. But yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what's going to happen next.
It seems foolhardy and poorly planned.
Welcome to my life, Darius. At least I'm challenging my problems.
Yeah,
Listen,
sure.
Breton responds to that with a damn. But also just like a yep, nope, that's Ruby. Welcome back. That's a Ruby line.
And Claudia just goes, "Oh, it's not the only thing exploding in here."
What's redder right now? Ruby's hair or Darius's cheeks?
No, Darius is very good at hiding it.
No, Darius.
Also,
lived in a-
he's a beard, so you really can't tell.
Yeah. Also, Darius lived in a family where you can't show your true emotions to anybody. It's so yeah, he barely.
Darius has heard worse for breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruby's not even a snack for insults to him, I'm sure.
That's why he hasn't killed you yet.
Ruby,
Yeah?
how confident are you in overcoming this?
Oh my god, this is the
inside-
second time you've asked that question.
No.
You
Tell
haven't
me, I asked how
provided a good
confident you
answer.
were.
I don't know. I'm confident I can do the spell. I don't know what happens after that.
No.
Let's put it
I'm
this way. There's a reason she's asking us to be there. If she was confident nothing would go wrong, she wouldn't ask us for help.
Then maybe now's not the right time. If you don't have the confidence to face this thing, and know that you're going to
Not
beat
about confidence, James. So the real Ruby is showing. if I don't do this, the results will be worse. And it's going to happen at the worst possible time. Like when we're in the midst of a desperate fight for our lives, or on the skyship when nobody is there to stop it from happening.
It's a time bomb that we don't know how long the timer is for, is the point Ruby's trying to make.
From what it sounds like, it's a controlled detonation, is the idea.
Or at least, or controlled diffusal if we can. Preferably diffuse, but yes, controlled explosion.
Okay.
Zedaar is going to prepare some specific spells for this.
Sure.
Just as a precaution.
Yo, that's a good fucking shout. Hang on.
Yeah, Valimir, don't you do spell things now?
I do spell things now. Oh, can you do us a long rest? Because I've got more than just my spells been used.
Sure.
Yeah, I actually need to level Ruby up. I leveled up Soul.
I don't think I'm gonna need Stone Shape today. I'm probably gonna take a.
Let me just long rest, everybody. Give me a moment.
No, we're not gonna prepare that spell. No, we'll leave that spell out. As cool as it could be, I'm not gonna summon a dragon today.
That's a thing we can do.
It's a thing that
Zedaar can do. Cleric
I
Joe.
remember talking with Midge. It is not technically a cleric spell, but Midge and I both agreed if there was any person who would allow us draconic spirit to be summoned, it'd be his main man Bahamut.
Yo,
very on brand.
MC Bahamut.
It doesn't make sense that like the divine beings, like the most draconic one that you could get was a Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah. So that's that. And Zedaar absolutely has something that he could have prepared for the Breton for that, so he can do that.
I mean, while they're all doing this, just looking over to Claudia, just going, look, they have to prepare everything. Oh, we just make sure our swords are.
No, we're doing this at the morning cut.
Assuming that we were made aware that this was going to happen, we just have these things ready for.
Well, no, the way I look at it with preparing, I know you meant to prepare them in the morning, but I'd say that from the moment you stop resting is when you need to start preparing them, and
that's a very reasonable way to look at it.
Because it's like one of those things of you don't pick up your keys until you leave the house, you know.
Yeah.
Unless you have anxiety like I do, and then you make sure they're in your sight at all times.
But yes, okay.
It's the equivalent of that's the equivalent of getting dressed as soon as you wake up in the morning without knowing what you're going to do that day.
Yeah, sometimes you have to get changed if you're going out to a certain place. Like I got changed for this out of the pajamas I was in all day.
I am prepared.
Okay, so I would assume everyone bar Zep perhaps is going for this. So if this does go to a combat situation, someone will have to take over Zedaar. But you guys walk for a couple of hours into the snowy wilderness until you find a place far enough away from the ship, far enough away from the city. Over to you. Ruby, what is it you were doing?
Ruby will find yourself a nice, comfortable spot in the snow, clear out a spot. Sit down, kind of cross her legs underneath herself. Soul, are you ready? Asking to, not even sure if she can hear herself.
Mm-hmm.
About my cast protection from evil and good on Ruby right before the whole stuff happens.
Zedaar is going to cast Bless on her. Meanwhile, Breton is not standing back at a safe distance. Breton is just standing next to her.
Okay.
Who else are you casting Bless on?
Probably Breton, because Breton is standing there. And himself, just because even though he's going to fall back to a somewhat safer distance, him having it on himself so he can concentrate on it is the smart thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm quite resistant to fire, so I'll be up pretty close as well.
Darius, are you leaving Claudia behind?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, not a chance. Not a chance.
Just making sure. I'm just making sure, you know.
It's just like, we may or may not summon a demon or blow up or something like that. And Zara's going like, yeah, sure, I'll go into this situation with my only sibling that I care about, really. No.
Okay. So, what spell are you casting, Ruby?
Immune.
Okay. Right. This is going to require a roll. Because by the spell Commune, you are contacting a deity or a divine proxy.
Sorry, last week Breton's also going to cast Warding Bond on Soul. Or
Okay.
Ruby.
Okay. Is this not a...
She is not a deity.
Or divine proxy?
I
thought she was a deity. I thought, or a divine proxy, because it goes one or the other.
She is... Well, it's... She's a... I'm gonna have to quickly do some checking on my end.
Okay. If not, I have in my inventory from Modwin a scroll of contact other plane.
Need to double check one of the... Sorry, I'm just checking cosmology and how this works. Because she's not of the divine.
Actually, you know what? I think Commune and all these spells have a longer than a 1 minute casting time, so Zedaar, there's no point in casting Bless. What he will do is he will cast Enhance Ability on her, whatever she would recommend.
Well, it depends on what Midge allows, because if I have to use the scroll of contact of the plane, then that's intelligence, and if it's commune, then...
Right, is this character considered? I'm gonna have to... But I'm basically trying to work out if the people that she is of and serves count as a god. Welcome
she
to
is the daughter of a god. I would consider her...
She's the daughter of a creature that was given control. She's... And I'm trying to go through who they serve. It's a deep dive here into archives. Okay. She does count as a... She does count as a divine proxy. Just trying to work out the person who created them, or that created her father, is a god or not, basically.
I
Sure.
realized there was somebody above him.
Oh yeah. He was given Ward of Elendor. He wasn't... He was a... Yeah.
Okay. Do we need to roll anything?
No. Well, yes, but for a different reason.
Oh boy.
I need an Arcana check. And now this is going to be a DC 20.
Fine.
Because as you commit to this spell, you feel resistance. And it's not from the person that you're trying to connect to. There is just a magical resistance, some sort of protective magics attempting to stop this.
Okay. Next to... I guess that would be intelligence then, Breton. Enhance ability.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You got it. It's marked off.
Please me inspiration, please.
Yes, you
Roll
may.
a 2.
Well, you have enhanced abilities, you have advantage.
I have that anyway. Come on, dice. 24.
Okay. You feel something shatter
Oh no.
mentally as you push through. But eventually you feel a connection form. And you feel a warming sensation of flame just overtake your body, and the snow that you're sat in around you just instantly melts, revealing the grass around you in probably like a 10-foot circle. Everyone standing around Ruby feels warmer as well. Like the air feels warmer, and like there's a sulfurous smell as well that fills the sort of it's like almost like gas leak. It's kind of the easiest way to feel it of what's going on. There's like a little like those haze lines you see on the horizon on a long road on a hot day, but like just everywhere around you and around Ruby.
This is so much nicer.
But you may ask your yes/no questions.
Did you willingly choose to give me your powers?
Yes.
Can I learn to control these powers without succumbing to them?
Absolutely, daughter.
Can you bring me to you?
No. Not yet.
That's the 3.
Yep.
I will cast it again.
Please make another D20 Arcana.
$24.
Okay. The connection forms again. Just as you saw, like, the ice starting to cool over again and the sort of dew on the grass below, like, begin to freeze again, instantly, the heat returns.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this.
Take your time.
Are you in a place I can reach?
Yes. Eventually.
Can you guide me to... I guess it's gonna... Eventually is... Uh-oh. Are you within the boundaries of this realm?
I am under it.
Is it...
I am part of it. I am trapped within.
Oh, sorry. Can you guide me to your prison?
Not anymore.
Want to ask why not, but that's it. Spell will end.
Again, the cool air returns. the ground begins to freeze over. It's a weird sensation because it's like going through like the hot, like where you were in a store and like you go under the heater that's at the door and it's like, oh, that's really warm. And you go outside and it's like, and it's this instant frostbite wind and you're like, ah, okay, what?
We will open her eyes. Huh. It worked.
Well, you're still here. Don't suppose you're going to explain what's going to happen now.
Well, she called me daughter for one. She's on this realm. Beneath it, she is imprisoned. And she can't guide me to her anymore. But I will be able to get to her eventually. Unfortunately, my ability to actually ask her the direct questions I need is very limited by the spell. But I didn't explode. But the bomb is still there. And it will be for a while. I wish I had more answers.
Well, so the situation is unchanged. So we continue to treat it like it's unchanged.
Yeah. I had hoped that I could get to her somehow. Since I can travel around easier. Find answers. Maybe even solve this problem. Brayla says that it will solve itself in time, but I am an impatient sort. And I don't like putting my friends at unnecessary risk if I can avoid it. So that's where we are.
And we'll keep dealing with it as we have been.
Sorry to waste everybody's time.
It wasn't a waste. You got some information. We had a nice bit of nice exercisey stroll out here. It's all good. It's fine.
She just get up and start walking back to the ship. She looks a little disappointed. This midget inhales his tea.
Okay. So, you begin the 2-hour walk back. And it is firmly late afternoon by the time you return.
Yeah, Ruby's just going to her room.
Okay. Is there anything anyone else would like to do with their day?
As the day is coming to a close, Breton, who has finished writing out his little snippet for his order and has procured just a blank book that he's going to start writing names in and inductees and such. He needs to talk to Ruby because I now realize, because this realizes dawned on him that it was Soul that promised to do this, not Ruby. So he's gonna have to talk to Ruby about that. But with James and Ruby, the third person he's gonna ask, which might not surprise anyone, is he's gonna talk to Valmir.
Ooh.
Interesting.
So Breton is, I guess there's just going to be a moment where Breton tries to find Valmir and just speak with him a moment.
He'd probably be maybe up on the top deck. If it's evening time, he'd be like on top deck watching the sky.
Valmir, do you have a moment?
Yeah, of course.
I wanted to talk to you about this order that I'm having to quickly make official. A lot of people have been put forth here. James volunteered, obviously Sol volunteered. I still need to talk to Ruby about it, but I wanted to come to you specifically.
Right. Is this an invitation to?
It's an offer. This is not something where I'm doing it because I think you would just be a fine person to be a third person. I'm doing this because I think it could help you. It might even make sense for you. From what little time I've known you, not nearly as long as the rest of the group, you have gone through some things, and hell, we killed a devil together. That was a thing that we did, and even just very recently, you have made strives to do your best. Really turn your life around. And at the core of this order, that is what I based it around. People who've made choices in their life that at the time may have seemed like good ideas, but later on they started to regret, and they wanted a second chance to start over. It's essentially an order for people who wanted a second chance. And I can't imagine anyone in this group really. Few could, maybe, but I'd be hard-pressed to think of anyone in this group who wouldn't fit that bill more than you. I'll tell you now, there's no requirements for, like, worship. I'm not going to tell you that Bahamut's not welcome here. I'll actually snicker at the idea of that. This is just an invitation to be a part of something. Something that would help us, admittedly, but something that might help you at the same time.
I am incredibly honored that you would ask me, of course. I think it's I'm very happy that you think these things about me, that I'm turning my life around, that I'm trying to do better. Like, that's, of course, it is what I'm trying to do, and the fact that you of all people see that is really gratifying, and I do truly appreciate it, and I am honored. But it's also this part of my journey is very new. It wasn't too long ago that, like you said, we killed a demon together, and that was like the turning point. And it is all new to me, and it's all fresh. And I think on the one hand, it would be easy for me to say, yes, I will join your order, and it would be like an aid, a walking aid, something to cling on to as a way to guide myself forward. But I feel like I need to do that for myself first, that I need to figure out what my path forwards is on my own before I get outside help for that. And secondly, I'm not really yet willing to give up the whole nobility thing. I don't know what my family is thinking of me right now, but I still feel like I am bound to them in some way, and I feel like I need to figure out what that relationship is first before I throw off all ties to it. I really am honored, and I hope you don't take
I
this
understand,
in any
Valmir.
wrong way.
It is not an insult. It was merely an invitation. When I was going through the toughest time of my life, coming up with the order itself was how I managed to get through that. And I understand also the desire that you need to be able to figure out how to do that on your own. Me coming up with the order was how I did that, so I'm not offended. I do understand.
Valma is gonna hug like your waist. you fucking giant.
You're not that short. It's like
No,
he's
but
a little
you were very tall.
Give him a pat on the back. It's like, it's alright, Valmir. If the time you come to change your mind, of course. If you don't, then, well, sometimes doing things on our own is just the way things have to be done.
But truly, I thank you. It's a nice boost to the self-esteem and the confidence, which I clearly don't need either of those things. I'm doing super well.
Sure.
Not one deception check.
Then I will leave you to keep doing well, and now I need to go talk to Ruby about the same thing.
Good luck.
Because I realize that a promise was made by Soul, and let's see if that's something that we can reconcile.
If Ruby also says yes to this, do Ruby and Soul count as the two votes?
You know, technically on paper, I think they would. The problem is, in practicality, I don't think we could ever get the two of them in the same room at the same time to agree on something.
She needs to learn the invoke duplicity spell.
I don't know that one.
My sister used to cast it and play tricks on me back in Kensek.
Noted for if we ever go to visit your family, Valmir. Brett is going to turn and make his way up towards Ruby's room.
Ruby, you hear a duk, 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 duk at the door.
More like a boom, boom, boom.
At the altitude of the height of the knock, and assuming. Yes, Breton.
Need a moment.
On in.
This time it's Breton's turn to intrude on Ruby's personal time.
She's writing in a journal. Her journal.
Oh, isn't this situation familiar?
What's that?
Somebody coming in when another person's writing. Me coming in on you while you're writing in your journal. I don't know, pick one.
Sure.
Soul made me an offer to help us. An offer to join my order for this plan that we're concocting for the city. But Soul's not here, you are. And you are not technically beholden to anything that she said.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm here to talk to you about it now. If you were to join, it would mean giving up all inheritance to the Sunderstar house. Which, technically speaking, many people think you were dead, so I don't necessarily know how that would go, but obviously you are alive. The reason I'm asking you is because I realize your choice is yours to make. I'm not going to be offended one way or the other, but regardless of what you do, depending on next time Soul comes back, she might do something else.
How long have we known each other, Breton?
Well, my father decided it was time for me to start my squireship when I was 9. We made it to... I'm drawing a blank on the city name.
Gimri Amouville.
Yeah, maybe it's just that I can't say it. So I made it there just when I was turning 10. I was introduced to you within a few weeks, and that was when my squireship started. So for the better part of at least a decade and a half.
And in the entirety of that time, have you ever thought I was worthy of being a knight?
I never thought of you as a knight. You were... I'm going to use the term princess, but I don't mean it offensively. Even if you were not set to be a queen, you were noble-born.
That's not what I mean, and you know that.
You were headstrong. Still are. You believe in yourself more so now than ever before. At least maybe not recently. And you want to help people. And that's all I really care about. And I think if anybody can see the poetic nature of literally walking through fire and coming out on the other side as somebody else, I think you could be appreciative of that, considering you've lived it basically twice now.
I am reckless. I am impulsive. I act before I think. And my powers and abilities are a danger to others. And the entire time that I have adventured with this company, I have only thought of how to solve this problem so that there are no more problems.
All of you think solving this problem means we won't have any problems.
That's not what I mean. Being a knight, well, you probably know this better than I, but it often means believing in something more than yourself. An oath. Devotion. I have always believed in myself. At least up until recently. I don't know how to believe in others. Because I have given up in a family where everybody has always let me down. The one exception to that is you. You were the one person who has never let me down. So if you say you need my help, and you think I'm worthy of it, I will give it the due consideration. The problem is giving up my noble titles. I am technically the heir apparent to the Sunderstar lineage, unless my mother has a boy. Need to find that out.
Technically speaking, even if you have a girl, if the official recognition is that you're dead, you may not be the heir regardless. Now, I know the king is aware of your being alive, so it seems safe to say that there should be some kindness that he could do to ensure that the situation resolves itself as amicably as possible, but that also pertains to... Is that even what you want, Ruby? Do you want to be a person who's responsible to sit in a house and dictate how a city is run, the people get to live?
Okay, I'm listening, sorry.
The dog that you need to let out on a regular basis.
The affairs of state have ever been my father's domain, more so than mine. I've always been the adventurer. Going off and doing things in places I shouldn't be. Gallivanting across Elendor and saving little girls from boxes and fighting demons in hell. Or Was that hell we were in? I think that was hell. Was that hell?
Not technically, but close enough.
Yeah. Meeting with champions of Bahamut and arch knights of the faith of Nardathel. That's who I've always been. Though technically that was Soul, but you know what I mean. So yes, I will. If you think I am worthy of it. I'm not calling you Grand Master.
Not surprised. I'm not used to hearing the word, honestly.
What do you mean?
I don't know if leading takes to me. I mean, my entire life was being servient to you. You were the one who made all the decisions. I was just the ones responsible for tagging along. I've done my best here to try and help, but I don't think I'm necessarily leading anything. I have a saint's recommendation to live up to, and it is something that I am wondering how well I'm going to do that.
All this time of you serving me and me making you do all the most mundane things. And now, if I sign this document, you can say, Ruby, get me a sandwich. And I would be obligated. It'd be the best frickin' sandwich it would be. I'll tell you that right now.
You're not signing an oath of subservience. That's not what this is about.
No? Is that not how knightly orders work? I don't know. That's more of a Darius question than me.
There is a precedent for the Grand Master choosing the direction the order takes, but the individual's still given a lot of autonomy. I don't want to be in control of people, which I realize is a little backwards considering the situation we're building towards, but...
We're doing this because this country's can't find its ass with it can't find its ass with both hands in a lamp. Too many political parties battling each other out, and whatever this order of the red, the burning people thing, like
purifying flame.
That one. No, that absolutely needs to stop. Legally speaking, I think it's a little gray area if I and Soul both sign the document.
If one of you signs, I wasn't going to ask the other.
Soul absolutely would. I'm on the fence.
Well, you're here, she's not. So, if it doesn't work out, then I will have to find 2 more people.
I can ask her.
Soul is fine, but I don't know about everyone else, but I prefer you being here.
Ruby goes a little red at that.
I wish you would stop running.
I wish I wasn't a threat to everyone.
You know, this marks the... And Breton actually stops to count his head. This would mark the 4th time. I believe that's right. There was the time your powers manifested, you ran then. I had no idea what happened to you. After years, I was told that you were... Sorry, no. After a few weeks, I was told you were alive. Came to find that was an imposter. That was my 2nd time losing you. I was in prison, broke out, found you at the council. You died. That was my third time losing you. You came back as Soul. You managed to return as Ruby for just a brief period of time, and you chose to run again. That was my fourth time losing you. If you run again, that'll make 5. You're really starting to make a habit of this.
He looks down. Fuck, I'm becoming Darius.
It really hasn't set in that you're here. Because over the past, 6 months, the second that you're back, something happens and you're gone again. So at this point, I guess I'm just waiting for the next time you disappear.
I'm so scared, Brett.
You think you're scared? I've lost you 4 times, and I'm starting to wonder if the next time's going to stick.
I'm scared. Because every time I've tried to get an answer, to figure out what the hell is happening to me, something has gone wrong. My father tried to get me to join his damn cult. I tried again at Modwin. I blew up. And then I died standing up for what I believe in. And now I come back and find out that if I fuck up again, everybody dies. You don't know fear like that, Breton. To know that every single time you've tried to stand up for yourself or to find out where you're supposed to be, you fail. Even today, I tried to get some answers and I failed.
I did just go through a track record of all the times I was personally responsible for losing you, so...
Personally responsible for you, Brett? You never have been.
It has been my job to keep you safe my entire life. You burn down a city block and disappear. Guess whose fault that was?
Mine!
No.
And my father. But mostly mine.
You disappearing fell onto me.
You can't control me, Breton. You've never been able to. You've tried. You say you have. I'm a fire that burns. I always have been.
I'm saying you can't say that I don't understand what failure feels like, when I absolutely do. I was there when you died. Failed then? I didn't manage to kill your father. That fell on Ziraj. I was part of it though, but couldn't do that either. We all know what it's like to fail. All of us. And I get that you're afraid. We've gone over this time and again. Because there are potential consequences that could mean terrible things. So could us failing. There is a thing hidden away in the hold of this ship right now that could cause untold damage to the world. And if we fail to keep it safe, it's going to have much, much more serious consequences. So when I say that I would rather you be here, because the chance of whatever this is with you happening doesn't bother nearly as much as the idea that I'm not going to have you here when everything hits the fan. I would rather be dying next to you than living next to someone else.
Anything? I don't know what to say. I don't want anybody to be let down. I don't want to let you down above all. Causing you pain has never been what gets me off, I guess, other than just the occasional teasing you, but these people we're with, Siraj, James, and even Balmir and Zedaar, they're friends. But the only one here that's ever mattered to me is you. At least really mattered. Don't want to lose you to it. Knowing that if I fail and I lose you to it, I'd never be able to forgive myself. Worse, when I die, nothing happens. If you die and I'm there, I can't predict what will happen next. I just gave Midge an idea. Oh boy, I saw that look.
I'm not the one who's made a habit of it, just to say.
No.
I have spent my entire life trying very hard to be the person who doesn't die, and honestly, everybody has a pretty good track record up into a point. I'm going to say that for now, my record speaks pretty good for itself.
I would like you both to make a perception check.
Okay.
Trying to find the moment in the conversation for that to happen.
I rolled a 4. You still have inspiration.
I rolled an 8. I'll use my inspiration. Why not?
It's not that hard. I would save your inspiration because you both noticed this.
Okay.
Despite being distracted when it occurred, in the heat of the moment in the conversation, you both pick up on a faint burning smell. Ruby, you look back to your diary, and sentence has been etched, burnt into the page you were writing on.
Look at it.
It says, "My heir is succeeding where I failed. A lock has been broken."
Look very confused at it. My heir is succeeding where I failed. A lock has been broken.
I mentioned the seal. How would they not have known that already if they're
No.
here?
Caloris would have known about that if they're connected to me at all times. I don't think it's that. I think it's... I am the key to Caloris' prison. Every being who was from before was killed or banished or locked away. if Caloris was locked away, and my father called me the key, probably not to the prison he wanted, but still a key nonetheless. I don't know how I broke a lock. As every conversation I have lead to more bloody questions than answers.
Make an intelligence check.
That's just because it's the nature of the world, Beth.
If I'm pitching ideas back and forth, could I give her 8 on that?
Sure.
Okay. To take advantage.
Oh. Well, it's 18 for that one. And 20 for the other. Dirty 20.
What is the nature of the world, Beth?
I don't know the answer to that question.
What is the nature as depicted by the first green and perfect day and the great summit?
All that was before was given the chance to leave. If they did not leave, they were imprisoned.
And who is
or
the
killed.
control? And who is the control left with? Mortality.
Watchers, like, oh.
Mortality has the power to connect, control, and release. You felt resistance when you made that connection, and you pushed through. A lock has been broken.
I need to get to her.
Did you ever stop to consider that getting to her is what is going to set this off?
Yeah.
Got rid of the red light now.
I thought you were trying everything in your power to avoid going off.
I want to stop it from happening.
So your answer is to release it? What if releasing it is the explosion?
Then it would be just me there. Breton, I understand how you feel. I really do. But so long as I am around, I am a danger. And I know you are willing to take that risk. But can you speak for everybody on this ship for that? Because I could call Valamir or Darius or Ziraj and I'd say, hey, would you want me around if I could explode at any given time if I was emotionally unstable? Or watched something bad happen that triggered it? The answer would probably be no. I need to get a grip on this. And the only person who knows how is somewhere below us.
You know, it would be just like your father to have this play out exactly like this.
I'm
to put
confused.
this bug in your head that you are just a problem waiting to happen, and the best solution is to release what he always wanted to be released.
Do we know he was trying to release Caloris, or was he trying to do something else?
Oh, he was 100% trying to release Caloris.
Okay.
With you as its avatar controlling it. And him controlling you. It's kind of what you believe.
Mm-hmm. Phoenixes are meant to be more than just destruction. They're meant to be rebirth and rejuvenation.
I'm well aware.
If I can find out how to use that power, I could save this world.
You could certainly help.
Places like
All
this
work out.
that are First to eternal winter?
To be fair, I don't think this place was doing too bad before the dragons attacked.
It's cold.
And?
It's not supposed to be cold. Its people are not supposed to be cursed. The afflictions like what James has, they come from this place. Well, not this place specifically, but a fate. I can do so much more. And when this dragon cult comes for our seals, because I bet before this time is through, we're going to walk away with 3, we will have a better chance of fighting them.
Just remember to ask that oh so important question on your crusade. Is it what they want?
Just have an answer to that one.
Brett is just going to. The door to the room was already closed. He's going to pull up a chair and just sit in it. Not like, no, obviously waiting for a response, but just an acknowledgement like, all right, okay, we've had our talk, but I'm just going to sit here and we'll let this go. You can continue writing.
Breton, are you going somewhere else? Or are you staying?
No,
with
he's gonna sit in the chair in the room.
Okay. Darius, what are you doing? Prepping go bags?
Darius is probably he's been very there's a lot of pent up energy, can't dissipate it, a lot of anxiety going on. It's probably a lot of pacing and double checking things, probably annoying the crew a lot more by doing checking like how's that crossbow stored, sailor, and like, you know, various things like that being.
Can you roll me a Constitution saving throw?
Oh, that's why.
You know, there's a lot of quirks that we've picked up from Darius, but I can't control the situation, so I'm going to nervously try and control every aspect of my current situation. I did not expect to get Gus vibes from Breaking Bad from you. It's the last thing I expected.
Oh wow, 11, a 3 on the dice, but I had a +7.
So where would you be at this moment in time? Please tell me.
Say I'm on the deck checking like the little, like the larger crossbows we've got, and I'm like doing like I'm doing like it probably like you know the equivalent of what you'd see like an NC, like a naval NCO going through, just like double checking things on the action and making sure everything's stored right, everything.
Sure.
So what happens, Midge?
There's you're sat and you're like you're checking over the crossbow, and suddenly you get a tap on the shoulder.
Okay. Look over.
You see a ghostly silhouette.
Oh.
It is ethereal and like smoky. With like a blue wraith-like appearance, and it's just looking at you expectantly.
Oh. Okay.
I've been on the deck the whole time. Do I see this?
We'll get back to that.
Okay.
We'll get back to that. That's not good.
Fair enough. Okay, I see it.
Yeah, Darius freaks out. He just he's a ghost. A ghost is in front of him and just also interacted with him, and normally he hasn't had a good experience with the ethereal beings of the Fae. Given the fact that he was drowned, or somebody almost drowned last time he interacted with the Fae.
Give me a perception check, Darius.
Cool. $22.
No one else is on the ship anymore.
Oh. Get down. Sorry, my cat. Like stepping backwards, like looking around. Are we still in the mortal plane?
You feel yourself butt up against the side of the ship, and you like instinctively like jut to look behind you, and it's just pure black. And then you look back, and like the ship is gone, and there's just this spectral being who on like a layer of mist, and you're also on this layer of mist, and then they beckon you. Whilst with their other hand,
too much anxiety.
With their other hand, they like start outlining a door.
Okay. Am I alive? Were you just death and that tap on the shoulder was just it? Or thumbs up, thumbs down?
The being just beckons and points at the door.
Okay.
And you now see
look down at my...
there's just like this smoky mirror, almost like that. This like doorway thing, so you can't see through it, and it's like the only thing in the essence right now.
Okay. Sure. I got no other options. Did I look down at my hand? Am I like see-through, or do I still have corporeal?
No, you're completely corporeal.
Okay, great. All right. I don't know if that's how it works, but I'm assuming I'm alive. Sure. I'm just like walk forward tepidly towards the door mirror wall thing.
Are you going through? There's like you get right to it, and it's like a as like this smoky sort of visage. It's almost like the doorway is breathing.
Yeah, that's a great thing. He's like fiddling with his signet ring on his hand and then just walks forward, like kind of like you've watched Stargates, kind of like that. I think it's Woolsey or somebody like that in one of the seasons. Like he goes his first time through the Stargate, he's just like just like a little cowering jump forward. Basically that.
You cower jump forward and you stumble on the other side, and your feet are met by wet, sort of murky mud with like strings of grass, wetland, as you open into a field of battle. As you look up, surrounding you is like lines of infantry clashing with one another, various banners and like units. You look around, your instincts kicking, you seem to be within a Rhiannian line of battle, because ahead of you see the telltale signs of the stag cavalry of the Eledran Empire clashing into the front of a shield wall. You're probably about 5 lines back, as the stags begin to break through and charge on through.
Okay. Right before anything else happens, I like flick my nose or something like that. Do I feel pain?
Yes.
Oh fuck. Darius is a very logical person. He has to go through things. Am I just me, or do I just now have armor and a weapon, or am I just me?
You look down. No, you seem to be in a completely different outfit. You are in like what seems to be like full Rhiannian, like
Rhiannian plates.
Rhiannian chain, like a massive halberd with a big thing and a massive grey furred sash. And you look down at your hand. You have a shield and what looks to be like a much older style Rhiannian blade. Think like Theoden's sword in terms of style.
Right. Okay. I don't innately know that. I'm not huge rings, but I got it.
Yeah. like post Roman gladius, like longer sort of.
Like a
Saex kind of. Yeah, Spartha kind of mixed, somewhere between a Spartha and a Saex kind of style.
Cool. I get that.
Sorry, I thought Theoden would be an easier get.
No. Cool. I look around. Is anybody near me dead and has a pike, or just has a pike, or a halberd, or something with a pole? Do they have a pole? There's infantry.
Most Husakars use great axes. So
Cool.
like headsman's axes. There's loads of them. Like
I manhandle the longer pole weapon from this person.
Okay.
Well, I don't
Sheath the
care.
sword.
I will knock them out if I need to.
no, they see who you are and they give it up.
It's not good. That means I'm a focal point. And then I do the standard. The infantry are coming. Do the people look at me like I'm supposed to be giving an order?
I think heat of battle, people are fending for themselves as a cavalry charge breaks through, but it seems like you are of status.
All right, I just yell brace, and I do what you're supposed to do if you're line infantry against a cavalry charge and you don't have the square tactic thought out. Is you find whatever the long weapons you can, you get down on one knee, and you make sure you brace the pole against some sort of hard ground, or actually an actual tactic against somebody's heel. The second line. That's also another thing. If you don't have if you're in like sand.
You see, like, the front line of the shield wall, the like, stag cavalry, you see them run up the shields and then dive over into the back line, probably 10 feet away from you, as you see this great white stag with huge horns with sharpened points, like, smack into an individual and take the guy, like, 5 feet in front of you off their feet and just, like, sort of knock them further than you think, like a
normal cavalry stag should. Standard cavalry stag.
Yeah, it's honestly there is almost like a forceful impact and a magical blast as this boom just takes this person off their feet, and the stag begins to rear towards you with the backswing as it comes in, and you brace. I'm gonna have to roll to see if you do. Please make an athletics check.
Cool.
As you brace for this.
25.
Holy crap.
Or do I have different stats?
No, you have your stat line.
Cool.
You brace, and like the stag kind of mistimes itself, and it kind of catches the side of its face into the top of the headsman's axe, and it tumbles and goes over. The rider on top, thrown off. You see this like deep green full plate armor roll along the ground, and with a white cape they fling it off and then stand back up, surrounded by Rhiannian soldiers who now begin to pile onto this individual, but this individual just cleaves through them with a mace in hand.
Okay, cool. That's a thing. Didn't expect a combat encounter.
Other cavalry just zooming past. Like, you're getting grips of this combat as like you just see the like of a horse clearing frame. Imagine, sort of thing. Make a dexterity check.
Stage of battle where it's we're at the stage of battle where it's just individuals.
Yeah, it's messy.
Dexterity check or save, doesn't matter.
Save.
Same.
Yep, save.
Ooh, 6.
While you're looking at this individual, you feel yourself get hit by something and go over. You roll and stand up, mud covering your armor and your hands, and you see in front of you, pointing at you with the mace, the individual is now 5 foot away, and they take a swing at you. You take a hit straight to the chest.
Oof. It's a mace, though. If I'm wearing a hauberk, then I'm wearing quilted under armor, so that might make it better.
You feel this blow coming. You take 27 points of necrotic damage.
Ooh, okay. 27.
What are you doing?
Cool. Cool. I roll with it because I'm getting up and I'm just a hit, so I'm kind of just rolling. And because I'm trying to narrative this.
Totally.
Yeah. Harskarl, I've got a full, got a Hellskarl's Axe, other thing. Throw the shield. because we're at a point now where shields aren't necessarily as effective anymore, so the shield is more just going to be a diversion. So essentially, it's just a punch shield at this point, if we're talking historical example. So throwing the shield towards him to block it, and with the offhand that it wasn't, just take the axe and kind of like swing towards the shield as it goes. So
nice,
like,
make an attack.
He sees the shield batting it, and then gets hit by the axe. Is kind of what's supposed
go
to
for it.
So what should I roll?
Make an attack with an advantage.
I don't have House Quarrel's axe.
No, make your standard attack roll.
Standard attack roll, cool. With advantage, you said?
Yes, because you've done a tactical maneuver to throw that shield. I'm giving you advantage on this attack.
25.
Okay, that hits. Roll damage.
Cool.
With the Sunblade.
15.
Okay. You land a glancing blow, and it, like, not a glancing blow, a full blow across this individual's body, and you see that you just strike them with the axe, revealing you're hitting the plate armor, and as you see now, you see a very a very ornate sort of crest on this breastplate. One side is like a unicorn, the other side is, I want to say, a lion, with a big crest in the center. In the center of that is a deep black gem. You then feel like that you get the ability to attack again.
Oh, cool. Then it's House Carl's axe, so there's no way of stopping that swing. So just keep momentum back and do kind of like an overhead.
Give me another.
That was standard attack, I'm assuming. 29.
Okay, that hits. Please roll damage again.
Another 15.
Okay.
This is radiant. Well, I don't know if it matters.
It's been translated in the spirit realm.
Cool.
Okay, you see this other glitch, and you full on land this axe blade and embed it in this individual's shoulder, and they go to their knees, and then suddenly you feel warm.
Oh, am I on fire?
No, you look down, and plunged into your stomach through your armor is a dagger.
Okay. Well.
And then you take another 30 points of necrotic damage.
Cool.
And all of a sudden, you jolt awake.
Cool. I didn't even get to half.
You just like sort of shock yourself awake, push off, and you realize you knock the ballista forward. And Valmir, you kind of see Darius jolt and kind of grab them to stabilize them from falling over, and then instantly take your hands off again because you recognize that Darius doesn't like to be held.
You're muted, by the way, Lambert. Unless they're not here right now.
Quite a possibility.
Yeah.
I was on the deck as well, so
Okay.
I'll walk up.
It's like James was there.
Yeah, James was there as well.
Yeah.
I was hanging upside down from the crow's nest.
As you do.
Keeping a good eye out.
Can't knock those habits from the cat you used to play.
So, what was witnessed?
So
while that was all happening.
So it looks like, from most people's perspective, that Darius was like fiddling with the fine bits of the crossbow, and then suddenly went and kind of jolted back, was caught by Valmir. Everyone's heads turn.
You all right, my friend?
Okay.
I'm good. Just the ballista kind of bit me with the string. It's the mechanism's finicky.
That didn't sound like that.
Yeah, that no amount of a deception check is going to hide this.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. He's like checking his stomach to make sure he hasn't been gutted. Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah.
You actually take your hand away and you're bleeding.
Ha! See, I told you it bit me. Ha!
In the stomach?
Is there blood on the ballista?
just gush blood. It's like blow backwards.
No.
I'm gonna give you a lay on hands.
I don't see blood on the ballista. So how did it do that?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor or an alchemist.
Well, that's why I'm asking how it did it.
What's
It
lay on
doesn't make
hands give
sense.
me? By the way.
Just at 1 point.
Oh. Okay.
How much are you hurt?
Well, I took 57 wounds out of 120. So
How
now I'm
much
at
blood
50.
does it look like he's lacking right now?
It's enough that it's sort of pooling beneath him a little bit.
Oh, you get more than 1 point then.
Okay, cool. What was
I think
that?
I'll actually give you I'll put my hand on your shoulder and say, Aureus, mend these wounds. And I'm going to give you a prayer of healing, which is going to give you...
Takes 10 minutes,
6
doesn't it?
other
Per
people.
hearing?
Yeah, doesn't that take 10 minutes?
2d8.
I believe that takes 10 minutes, so he's just chanting beneath his voice.
Does it really?
What's the cast time on it? Yeah.
Yeah, no, 10 minutes. Yeah, I should have read that.
I'm gonna start spooning some of the blood into a little vial and
I
hold
didn't
it
give
up
you
to Darius.
permission for that.
I'm gonna wink at him and be like, "Now I have a vial," and then I'll
cure
give it.
wounds
I'll
instead.
hand it over to him.
Oh, 10 wounds instead? Cool.
Yeah, cure wounds. You can have 10.
Cool. So I'm down to 47 wounds out of the original 57.
Okay,
It's fine.
now cut the bullshit.
It's a little...
This amount of blood is not from a ballista.
You know, it's stress, ulcers and things. That how that work?
That's not how that works. Those are internal.
Can you just
Give
be
me a second.
honest with us for once?
I'll think of something.
No, I don't want you to think of something. I want you to tell us the truth.
Can I pat him on the shoulder? Ingrid psychometry.
Oh,
See if it was
fuck! Because you picked up his
something
blood
dark.
as well.
Yep.
What does that do?
He rolls a history check and he can sense through blood a traumatic experience.
That's fun.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if it was like
Oh.
evil or dark or anything like that. Yeah.
Just a traumatic experience in general. Like it
Your
doesn't.
secrets
you
are
can't, like,
about to
hone
not be
in.
secret anymore.
It
Cool.
depends. We're gonna see where this roll goes. If it's gonna be Darius related or if it's gonna be.
I'll take a disadvantage because he's flustered. If our advantage.
No,
he
this
gets
isn't
one.
something you do. This is gonna be on the roll, and I know as a GM, I've got some thresholds on what he finds out. Whether it's
Well,
gonna
you
be
know
a,
everything, Midge.
yeah, whether it's gonna be about you or if it's gonna be about what you saw.
You get a traumatic memory of Darius as like a 7-year-old just being berated by one of his siblings. It goes that far back.
Alright, here it goes.
There's a good number of things.
Okay,
inside
so
of,
put
my
it
backstory document.
put it this way. If it's between 1 and 10, it's gonna be about Darius. If it's gonna be between 10 and 18, it's going to be about what he saw. If it's going to be above 18, you're gonna get more than one thing.
25.
You rolled a 25, so.
Oh fuck.
Give me
Okay.
the backstory.
Well, Midge, you know the backstory, so go
So-
ahead. This isn't how I intended it to happen. Whatever, it's good. I like
Well, it depends which bit of backstory I get. I'm gonna roll as well. I'm gonna be fair. Okay, so James, you were transported to a battlefield in a wetland. It looks chaotic and hectic, and you are looking down at a blade etched into someone's stomach. You then look up, and suddenly you are transported to a different battlefield. It's not in wetland, more dry land, and there's a castle in front of you. The wall slightly collapsed, with various sort of fires going on, like behind the wall that you can't see. In front of you are 3 individuals. One's a dwarf, one's a half elf, and one's a man. And what those individuals are either just finished or are in fact carrying bodies, and they are looking at you disapprovingly, and you come back out of it.
What'd you just do? He just like move his hand off my shoulder. Just like, what'd you just do?
James just like that, so ravened out the moment from.
That's a callback. I like that. That's good.
It wasn't so much of what I did, it was so much of what happened when I connected with you for that moment there. Would you like me to ask you a couple questions here now or in private?
You've already done things without my permission. Let's go ahead.
So...
Get back to work, everybody. You see the Minotaur turn around and start ushering the crew to leave you three alone.
No, I'm giving like stink eyes to every sailor that's just like been standing there.
Clear the deck.
And then the Minotaur goes, and then also opens his coat flask.
I'm gonna nod.
You might need some.
He just passes the coke.
wait.
It's the cocoa flask.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
yes.
hot cocoa,
definitely,
hot
yes.
cocoa.
Okay, yes.
And then he just kind of
No
thumbs
brandy
up,
in it.
goes away.
Don't know where he gets the cocoa from. It's very expensive.
We've got a druid on board, clearly.
You do have a druid on board.
he's
That's why I said
making cocoa
clearly.
plants.
Hell, oh yeah, it's Moses.
Oh, that's true.
Yes.
Or Noah.
What do you want to ask, James? You already did something. I don't know what happened.
Well, it wasn't intentional. I assure you, as much as
Really?
you
So magic
trust
just happened?
that, it's not. It's well, so. I saw a body in the middle of a wetlands battlefield with a dagger plunged into its stomach. Kind of similar location to where you're bleeding from currently. So that's odd note. And then I saw another vision of another battlefield outside of a castle. Very dry area. But what was most curious was the three individuals that were carrying bodies. It was a dwarf, a half-elf, and a human.
Darius cuts you off immediately. So, the first vision, I've been having some weird visions about a battlefield in the past, and I don't know exactly what's going on. So that's what that was. So, you know, it's a recurring thing, and it's been happening in dreams. This is the first waking experience of it, and apparently also corporeal experience of it. Apparently, in the sense that I am wounded. Now, and it seems I die every time that it happens. I'm not sure if it's in the past. I get that one. So if you can work that one out, that'd be great. Because I don't know what's going on.
There's probably some link. Anyways, so we can touch on that later. This next one, though, the dwarf, half-elf, and human carrying the bodies. What was that about? How are you
We can touch
in relation to that?
we can touch the first one only. We can go with the first one only.
I think we need to open all the doors here.
No, I don't think we do, James. I don't think we do. Honestly, I
I'll
think
open
we're
mine.
I'm
I
debating
don't
on
want
whether
to
to
know
cast
yours.
command.
I don't want to know yours, James. The fact
Fair
that
enough.
I don't makes me comfortable with you, because I don't want to know how you ended up like this.
Come on, Darius.
I didn't pry into your life, Albeer. I let you do that in your own time. Because you asked for it.
It's more to help you so that you don't die in your dreams again. Because they might have a
The
connection.
second one has nothing to do with that. I can tell you that much.
Who are the people? Who are those three?
It's, just other people. Just people,
Do you know their
just
names?
people. I do.
Okay, what are their names? I'm now opening the page where they're.
Darius has a gut wound, so he can't make an exit. Even if he could make that jump from the top deck to the ground. It's his first reaction. Well, I mean, there's Darius is like hand shaking, and he's got a face kind of twitch that comes back. There's Normia, there's Paladin, and Thorin. Are their names? I know them. Doesn't have anything to do with this going on right now, so we can move on.
Why did James see that?
Obviously, James, unprompted, without my permission, delved into my past.
Mind you, Valmir has suffered the same fate.
Valmir, make an intelligence check.
Oh, this ain't gonna go well.
Just because this is something that Valmir knows, but I'm not going to prompt it. This is a while back, so this is like a I'm
16.
okay. No, you'll remember. I pronounced this name slightly different, but Valdin was one of the names given in the interrogation of the 3 men in the courtyard that were in the stocks.
It was the one that was messaged.
Mm-hmm.
And is that the dwarf, the elf man, or the human man?
Paladin is human.
Paladin.
Paladin.
He has his own way of doing things. Yeah, he believes in something, I think.
Uh-huh.
Right. It's getting a little woozy. It's kind of losing a lot of blood here.
Well, I mean, I did cure wounds, so I mean, I'm not going to replace the blood in you, but it stopped coming out of you.
Darius, I think you're feeling woozy from the anxiety of all this.
This is normal anxiety. It's fine.
It is pretty normal, actually. That's fine. The first time he's not lied.
What just happens allows me to see things of a, well, negative nature. Anything tragic
Anything you got
or
from my life?
touched by evil, essentially, I sometimes can get a glimpse into it. So what I just saw of you is things that you are connected to surrounding tragedy or something of evil.
James, by the way, just at this.
What was that?
Valmaya steps like 1 pace like away from James at this. just yeah.
He already did this to you.
When? I don't.
It happened with your daddy when the dragon came. It kind of connected. It happened
Let's
there.
talk about that. Let's talk about
Well,
that.
no, we're going to go back to this.
No.
These are areas of tragedy or things that have been surrounded or touched by evil. Now, I don't imagine that these 3 individuals or that battlefield was touched by evil. Seems more like that was a tragic scenario. I've witnessed the differentiation between the 2.
It's just it happened. That's all there is to say about it. There's no reason to dwell.
Is this why your dad doesn't like you?
Is this the real reason why people are after you?
No, I don't.
No, it's quite the opposite.
Ah! Damn it!
Good
Claudia.
Lord, Claudia.
Hello, Claudia. I'm glad you've learned that trick. You've been observing, have you?
I can go invisible and I don't sneak up on people like that. Jesus Christ. I mean, thing it never was.
Bustin went and got me, but
Do you know what the fuck's going on here?
Claudia.
I have an idea, but it's Darius's shtick.
Is it something that we should leave alone? Or should we
It's
allow
not
ourselves to be more involved so that we can be helpful?
Clearly important. You had a waking dream and ended your waking dream with a hole in your stomach. That
And for some reason
isn't
we're not
normal.
and for some reason we're not focusing on that part of it. We're focusing on the other part of it. And that's
It's the same. It's the whole thing is it's all connected.
I assure you.
Yeah,
I assure you it has nothing to do with why things aren't good right now with me and the family.
She hands you a health potion.
Thank you. Just take it, just drink it.
Why is there a hole in your stomach?
Because I got stabbed with an arming dagger in a combat. That's what happened. There was
While
a guy
you
riding
blinked?
Apparently. It didn't feel like a blink to me. It felt like a pretty involved experience.
How long were
That
you
I-
out in your
I don't know.
experience?
10, 20 minutes? Half hour, maybe? I don't remember. Combat's...
And you got
combat has a-
transported to some battlefield where you lost another fight?
There was what do you mean another fight?
We were literally talking just yesterday about you losing the fight to that half-orc sister of yours. It's fresh in the memory.
Just incredulous. I think I won in the long term. I think he lost a stag. That's expensive. A cavalry stag.
Oh, you were fighting the Eladrin?
Yes, yes. It was a Eladrin with a white cavalry stag, magical. At some point bigger than normal. De-stagged them. I'm gonna use dehorsed them, and got a couple of good blows and well, no, because they dismounted.
Demounted.
Demount.
Unmount.
Either way. Unmount. Nah. Either way. Unhorsed just mean whatever. I'm gonna use unhorsed. And I got a couple good blows in, and then they snuck in a cheeky,
Have you ever fought a battle like that before? Ever? Against Eladrin Stag Riders?
I didn't fight that battle. I fought against cavalry before.
I'm not talking about cavalry, I'm talking about specifically that.
No, I've never faced a stag.
So this wasn't your experience that you experienced.
Do you know how far back? Do you know how far back your bloodline goes?
No.
You could be experiencing Echo.
That seems unlikely. My family is very much. I have very documented family history, and they're very, very low level in terms of we're not nobility.
Wasn't there
I've said that before.
Wasn't there a part of time that was really kind of unhinged, untethered? It didn't follow a linear sense of things. So couldn't that have been a undocumented period where your family did exist, your bloodline did exist?
Hey, possibly, but it's never in fact. This has never happened before. Well, I mean, it's happened before, but it hasn't happened until recently.
Okay. Darius, make a deception check.
Cool.
You said that you dreamed these before, but it's never happened while you're awake.
17.
Okay.
Darius is an accomplished liar. It's not about his emotions specifically.
I know.
Do we need to roll against that or no?
No, you can't. That was no.
I have no wisdom.
That was only a +2 actually. I haven't inspected that one. It was funny enough. No, it's been it's a small thing. It's not a. I've had a couple of dreams.
It's not a small thing.
It's not a big hole. No, it's been I've had a couple of dreams. They've been vivid about this specific action. I've died in them before. This was the first one that's happened when I've been awake. That's it.
Okay, so you've died in the dreams before.
Yes.
And this is the first time that the dream has actually caused you physical harm. So what if the next dream is another one where you die, but it also has the physical harm part?
I'm getting further every time.
That's not a good thing.
Yes.
It's a live, die, repeat. I'm getting further every time. Next time I'll know to block the slash with the dagger, and then we'll have another round.
You really need to get to the bottom of this, not just let it happen or run away from it. Speaking of running away from it, should I go get Ruby?
No. No, emphatically. No. We're not sharing this with anyone else other than you people here and my sister.
You just say we're not sharing with more people, therefore we are sharing with these people, so continue to share.
I've told you everything I know.
That's not true.
It's a reoccurring thing. The other one doesn't matter.
I'm inciting the I told you everything I know.
12.
That's a 5.
Do you want to do an advantage? Because Darius is super flustered.
Yeah, both of you roll an advantage, 100%.
I will give you, yeah, Darius is not good right
16.
now.
That's an 18.
A bad time.
Claudia got a 26.
God damn it.
I just rolled a natural 20.
Darius, between the three of us, I think we all want to help you out here. We don't want to see you.
Yeah, you see her between those two just fold her arms and look at you.
Don't give me that.
We don't want to see you with any more wounds after checking ballista.
What happens if you have this fight and it goes further and he gets another stab in?
Hell, then I'll have a different hole.
What if you get taken away in the
what if
middle
you
of
have
a
enough
combat?
holes that when you wake up, you don't
think
wake
it
up?
happens.
As-
I don't
as-
think it happens in combat. It's very much.
As a note, every time you've woken up, you have been stabbed in the stomach.
It's always been in the stomach, so it's not. So they
You
always
just-
go for the gut.
You just
He keeps getting through.
building
Honestly,
up a
it's
tolerance to like gut holes or something. Is that your plan?
yes. I'm getting stabbed I'm getting little stabs in it, so I build up a tolerance to larger wounds. Yes, that's what's happening. No, it's just I don't know what's happening.
Is that where all of our fucking health potions have gone?
No.
You wake up in the morning and like shit. Fuck
I'm a
morning coffee.
mercenary.
I gotta drink a
know how
morning
to
health
sew
potion.
A wound. Okay, I know how to sew a wound without going septic. I'm good. It's fine. As soon
Claudia,
as
have you been helping him?
I don't. I.
Did you know this was happening to him?
Yes.
And you didn't
Wait.
think it was like
have you been watching me? Have you
No.
been keeping an eye on me? 'Cause
Darius,
I didn't tell her.
No, Darius, I've never been in your room. You know that. I know what happens. The dragons told me some things.
I'm sorry, what?
That you would start having dreams because of something, and that I should be there to listen when you did.
because of something being...
Well, she knows more than I do. I don't know why this is happening.
As for the other things, those are totally just Darius's things to talk through and work through eventually. You'll get there.
No, we don't have to. We don't have to.
People, I'm firmly of the agreement there. Trauma should be worked through.
It worked out perfectly fine for Lavernius. For Uncle Lavernius, he lived to a ripe old age of 80, and he had most of his hair still. And he never talked once about any of the things he dealt with.
Well,
Is that the one that your dad killed?
No,
that's the other one.
Uncle Heinrich. That was Heinrich.
Okay.
Lavernius is very good at keeping his mouth shut.
Exactly.
Yes. But
it's fine. It's nothing. It's honestly nothing. This is like what's going on with my family right now relates directly to Claudia. That's what's relating to it. Maybe the second vision had something to do with earlier incidents with the family, but that's in the past now. They hate me for a different reason. So
What reason?
Well, because I took Claudia.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
What was the original reason? Because if they got a new reason, that reason, I mean, it's clearly, not that
I
important. so
may
you
have
can
said a
tell.
couple
You
of
can
things
share.
to father in front of everyone, in a feast, loudly, and repeatedly, in a way that doesn't happen with our family, and it's not a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal, but it's not a huge. I mean, it's a thing. It happened.
It's a deal. It's just a deal.
It's a deal. It's
Alright.
a deal. Why? What is? Yeah. Why we need to go over the specifics of what I said?
I mean,
That's way more mundane than I was thinking. I'm actually quite disappointed.
Darius.
I'm gonna give Claudia an eye and tell me later.
Put it this way, James. The thing you saw, that's kind of a have a gold star moment in our family. It's not necessarily.
So just don't worry about it. Don't worry about that part. Worry about the front part. That's what we need to do right now. We need to figure out why this is happening, what I can do to stop it, how to block that damn dagger, because that's what I need to do. Honestly, I could just not throw the shield. I've been doing that like 3 out of 4 times, and it's worked, but then it hasn't. So probably keep the shield.
Yeah, maybe shield in front of the stomach area.
It's a possibly. It's a very sharp dagger. I thought chain would stop it.
I mean, what kind of shield is it?
Wait, has it always been the same thing? Have I been in the same position every time, or have I been in a different position every time? Because the first time I was in the front part of the line, I took the charge of me. I was charging, So this is a new one. Am I just in a different part of the battle?
Make a history check.
Cool.
And this will be the final roll of the evening before we round out tonight's show, because I know we're slightly over time.
12.
The first time it was raining. This time it was daybreak. The only thing that matches each time is the way you die. But the thing that stands out is, but most of the time, it was like the first time felt much earlier historically. The armor was different. The armor was older. This was somewhere in between now and before.
Oh, God. The next 3 or 4 times I'm going to end up in like the Heinrichs. I'm just going to be falling off a horse in the middle of a forest.
But with that, we will end tonight's episode here. So all I must do now is to thank everybody who's joined me. I have been joined by the wonderful DM Lake, Beth Dillingham, Lord Lambert, Commissar Roach, Kinda Odder. Normally we also have Mordred Viking and Ghibli Jam. I have been Midgeman, and we have been the Component Cast, bringing you the Elendor Chronicles. Join us tomorrow for a... no, not tomorrow, that's not on this week. But if as a reminder, every Tuesday, kind of roughly at the moment, we are doing reruns of our favorite Tuesday Crew campaign, which is Trakoga Knights. Those have been showcasing pretty much every week, but there's not this week, so that will be starting again next week. And then you can join us Wednesday, hopefully for more Cyberpunk, which I have been thoroughly enjoying watching at a reasonable time for me to watch when it's on playback. Because I've been trying to keep my sleep schedule. Either way, thank you so much for watching, everybody, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye now.